In every
Hi, I'm Dirk. It's I'm making a basic sock with a pica hem, and so this is my machine. It's a 1922 Gearhart, and so first thing we're gonna start with. Oh, and anybody that has a question, just say, I have a question. So I'm gonna start with changing the color. Oh, my machine is very silly, so if I have it close to it, it does not work. I have to have it on the floor. So I'm just gonna start with getting.
So Dirk, how long have you been doing this?
1 year.
1 year? Okay. Wow. And I feel like there's hope for me. How did you get into this? Do you have a mom or grandma that does this?
My mom does it a little bit occasionally.
Yeah.
Mostly is because I came here and I came here and everybody's cranking and my mom bought me a machine and then Debbie, Pete's wife, taught me how to do it. And then I mostly just YouTube and that has done the rest.
I see.
So we're gonna take it. I always use the right side, but you can use either side. You're gonna take it through this one. If you have a gear heart, anyways, if you have this one, then you're gonna go under and then you're gonna go down. And mine's old and I have not got the feeder replaced, so you're gonna have to run it through manually, not just put it through. So you're gonna take it and you're just gonna put it right through here. And so, and then you're gonna take your grabby thing and yeah, or tool. And I always try to get it on the last one. It depends on where you put it. And then you're gonna crank. So we're gonna do 10 rows and then we're gonna stop. I stop here because my counter's right here, so I just stop right there. But that's not what you have to do. So, and then you're going to, I like a little weight, but not all of the weight. So you're going to take 2 of your weights off, and you're going to set your weights on your table. And then you're going to start with this one that's not fully lowered, but not fully standing. You're going to grab it, you're going to lift it up, and you're going to take it right there. There's 2 ways you can do it. You can use this one or this one. This one, you're going to take it, you're going to go behind, then you're going to turn it and push and push. You grabbed. Why? You're going to go down, you're going to.
Why are you doing this?
What?
Why? Okay, thank you.
And then you're going to just do that again.
So you do that with every stitch and then you take it
Yes. Okay, if you're doing the other one, you're going to take it here. You're going to grab the back part of it. You're going to go on the side. You're going to lift backwards and this. And I will do this over again when you get to the front part because it's different. I personally like this one. This one's faster. But if you don't want to drop a stitch, you should use the hook.
Yeah. How old are you? Well.
You're just going to keep doing this all the way around. We're going to do like 2 more and then I'm going to show you again. Okay. So right here, same thing. For this one, I tried to scoot this little piece aside. You're going to go down on the groove on this one. If you're over there, either way, you can do it that way. And then you're going to pull and push and over. Okay, if you're using the other hook, it kind of is easier for the hook on this side. You're going to push, you're going to go down, push, you're going to go down, you're going to go over, and you're going to push down.
Nice camera work, thank you. Yeah.
And then you're just going to try to keep doing this. I don't like that one because it gets stuck and you can't get it off, and then you're ending up dropping a stitch. So, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
What's wrong with this? Sorry, this one wants to be difficult.
I did.
And the reason there's so much waste yarn is because when I first got here, I had to make sure the tension was right and oiled it and make sure everything was perfect. So I didn't have a, or hopefully not having a mistake when I'm doing this, because that would be very sad.
Yeah. 14.
Okay, now machine's pretty reliable, but since I just traveled and it's kind of cranking a little weird today, we're gonna add extra weight. And then the holes are normal, so do not worry, because when I first did this, I was very startled and very scared. It should look like this. You're gonna take your weights back off and do it the rest of the way. Got to readjust that system done.
Yeah, every night. Yeah, every. Yeah, I still.
Last one. And if you do, the reason I put you on that Pacific needle is because if you do on the, sometimes one time it happened to me, maybe it hasn't happened to me since, but I put on a different needle and it didn't end up right. I might have just missed a needle or something or along those lines, but I always put on that needle now and it hasn't happened again. So it works. And you're going to do 10 more rows. So you're going to end up at 20. At 20. Okay, now we're going to hang the hem. So you're going to take off all your weight. Oh, and this is just to hold your weight if you don't have a hook on your bonnet. right here. Oh, I will explain how to put this on when I put it back on. So you're just going to go down. You're going to find one of your loops, your green loop. You're going to go straight up from that loop and find your needle. So the needle I'm going to put it on is this one right here. So it's this one. I'll lift up and put it. Did I grab two? Yes. I grabbed two. Do not put two of them because then it's not going to be fun. Sorry. And there. And the reason I'm holding it is because if you don't hold it, it's kind of harder to see exactly where the needles go. And if you have really tight tension, it will actually shrink this and you have a possibility to miss it. And then you're going to drop a stitch and then you're going to have to start over.
I have a question about where you began. You did not begin with where you straight, you went a couple of stitches down, correct?
Yes.
Okay, is there a reason behind that? Because I tried it, then everything got loose and I dropped a stitch.
Precisely why.
Okay.
I was not thinking about that, but that is another good reason. Because if you do it this way, is when you put it back on, I always go all the way around, then I come back and put that on.
Okay. You give it a little tug
and it works better.
Yeah. The needle support. Okay, thank you. These things.
I am 12.
Oh, wow. You started at 11. Right?
Yes.
You're amazing. So do you start yourself as a business? I'm just kidding.
No, I do not. I have not done enough socks. I usually do cast on bonnets or scarves. Or or sweatbands too. I've done a few of those. You're just gonna keep going all the way around. See, there's one of it. It's stretched and it's hiding that one. It did it just again. It's hiding it. So that's why I hold it over. See? See the difference?
Yeah.
Try and move. And go as far as you can. Okay, so when you get back over here, so what I do is to make sure it doesn't slip, like she said, is as this is one. So right here is the part. You're gonna grab, see how it overlaps right there where they're both yellow?
Yeah.
I grab both of those. And it doesn't allow it to slip. Okay, and then as soon as I get that one done, I will pull the string because it looks like that one's still loose. Okay. Okay, we're going to explain how to put this on now. So you're going to take it down like this. You're going to take it on it like this. And you're going to take it all the way up or higher. And then you're going to bend down. And your weights will keep it there. And the reason I have a rug on the ground is because I put oil on it when I got here. That's the reason. Okay. Then I don't take the weights off on these because there's no point and you don't have to. It's a few enough. But it kind of does stretch, so maybe I'll lessen.
Yes. Do you knit every day, Derek?
This last 2 weeks, yes.
Well, yeah, be ready.
Not usually. I usually knit about sometimes 2 times a week, sometimes 3 times a week. Maybe, and sometimes if I'm really busy, I do 3 times a month. And make sure when you're doing this, it always grabs it. My machine's really lot for a lot. Okay, now you're gonna reset it. If you have mine like I do, you're gonna just twist this until it gets to 0. And you're gonna do 30. Ooh, I'm gonna have some blue yarn. And this is gonna be a really pretty sock. What? This multicolored.
You know the brand.
Um,
Assuming it's active. Did you get it from Molly?
no.
It's inside the. Should be on the bottom. Yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah.
No idea.
It's like stubble yarn.
Yep.
I don't know.
It doesn't say.
Thank you.
It's yarn free.
It's pretty.
I have a puppy, so when you are just when I am doing it, I have to either go slower or do something. But if I feel a tenth of tension gain, my yarn is knocked over, and and I stop immediately because my mom did not look down, and she kept cranking, and the string broke. What?
How old is your puppy?
My puppy is 10 months old, and she is a beagle. So she wants to chew on everything.
All puppies do. I have an 8-month-old puppy. So
What is it? If I don't, you
she's
might.
a pit and boxer, so she's a mix.
Oh, I found fun.
If you could put her little paws up here and destroy the freaking thing.
Um, I would do it. Okay, we're at 30. We're doing the heel. So what you're going to do is you're going to keep coming, and if you have the same thing as me, you're going to have 2 black dots right here, and you're going to stop right there. Then you're going to lift up every needle past your red dot. Nope, I put that one up. It does not need to be up. Stay down. I need to get one of those things that lift my needles. That's what I need. Oh, it's called a crescent?
It's like a crescent.
It kind of actually does.
They found one that's always shows and it says one that's.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah, because you can get it in.
Put that on your Christmas list.
Heck, I would expect payment today. Get it today.
Yeah, then you're going to come all the way to the other side and you're going to lift a needle. It's a habit to put it in my mouth. I'm sorry. I probably just messed up. Okay, you're going to lift up here. You're going to go up here. And you're going to take your yarn and put it on your sock weight. And you're going to go that. Okay, we're going to actually show what happens if you don't have it. Okay, what happens is when you do socks, look, the yarn, it doesn't stay. It has to stay up. But if you have it, you have tension and it stays. Oh, and if you have one of these, you're going to twist it to the side because it will break it. When you come backwards, it'll break it. So you're just going to do that. And my machine, so you're going to watch this needle right here. And when it grabs, you're good. You can go all the way across. And then you're going to come right there. And you're going to lift a needle. And for safety reasons, you're going to take these sideways. You're gonna take this and you're gonna go under and you're gonna take it and you're gonna put it right there. Okay. And rule of thumb. Always keep one weight in line with your black things that I told you stop by earlier. Always. Rule of thumb. Ah, drop my light. I bumped my light. There, perfect. Did I seriously hook my hand? So.
Do you run the back end of that heel fork up against the inside of the cylinder to help guide you?
Yes. It helps guide you and it keeps it. As you're going, the rule of thumb is you just keep the middle one there, but you're going to take these and you're going to push them towards the middle and up slowly. Okay, and help finder. This, when you're coming here and you do something else and you forgot, if you lifted a needle, this yarn should go like around it. It kind of looks like it's coming over these and then it goes behind the needle you should lift. So if it's like that, you're good. But if it doesn't, it won't look like that. I'll show you what it looks like when you get back on the other side. Oh, okay, you're gonna have to come to this side to see it. So, right here, it just missed it. It would have dropped it. That's why you always watch the first one. Now, you're gonna crank and it doesn't drop it. And that's what it looks like when it just looks like it's coming behind a lower needle. Oh, yeah. First. Here. Plop. Perfect. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go back here. Sorry, excuse me.
We just did it again. Okay.
And I'll fix them.
Okay, another thing that you can do when that happens, you're going to take your, it depends, you're going to take your flathead screwdriver, you're going to adjust this. You're going to scoot it forward. That's probably why it's missing, because it's too far back. That's where I always keep a screwdriver. Oh, I dropped it again? Okay. Interesting. Okay. Lift. Okay, now that I lift, you always lift before you do anything. But, okay, you're going to scoot this one over, and you're going to scoot this one over and up. Perfect. Okay. Oh my goodness, it missed it again. Why is it doing that? Missed it again. What's wrong? Or something wrong. We're gonna lift that needle and come back to the other side and see. We're gonna scoot the yarn carrier. I think that's what that's. No, that's the yarn carrier. Forgot the name of that. Oh yes, thank you. Yarn. Okay, we're gonna try that again. We're gonna scoot it forward. Ah. What?
I wondered why I was doing it on one side, but not your other side.
That is very interesting. It's weird as well. Okay, so it grabbed it.
I'm a flatbed machine knitter, and they're the same way. One thing is always reverse about the very last stitch.
Did it.
It's something. And if you're moving around, which one of those slow, like people. Because if you Keep your going slow.
Okay, you can see, did you guys see that? Catch that? How those needles, the yarn went up the needle? That's a sign that you need to move your yarns. And the easier hook it is to.
Aw, thank you for finding that cricket.
Aw, thank you, Sue. Aw, that's so nice. It's so awesome. Okay. Still so awesome. Okay. Okay, now we're getting to a new. Oh, I was so distracted by the amazing crescent Sue just got me. I forgot to move that weight. Okay, so now we're gonna lift this up. Okay, this is a 48 cylinder. This is different on every cylinder. I forgot the others, but on this one, you go 4 needles from your black thing. 4 needles. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, you're gonna lift that needle. You're going to come back. I can't see. Okay, grabbed it. You're going to, instead of lifting, you're going to push. But, okay, we're just going to lift that back up again. Okay, never mind. So, when you push it, if you push it all the way down, it's going to close. And then it's not going to feed, and you're going to drop it. So, you're going to only push it just enough for it to stay. Okay, then you're going to come back. And what you're doing, or what's doing, you're going to be able to, I'll show you on the other side. So, when you push one down, sorry, it's come right here and you might be able to see it. So, if you look, it's grabbing the little floppy thing. It's the yarn is grabbing it and getting sucked into it.
The latch is closing.
Yes. That needle, so this one needs to be lifted. Right there. Okay.
The shop vac.
What?
The shop vac.
Pretty much. So you're going to push another one down. You're only pushing it down just enough for that to come out a little bit. And it's going to grab it, and then you're going to go. You're going to push down, grab it, and go. Grab it, and go.
Jared, when you make a pair of socks, how long does it take you to make them?
If I'm not doing it in a crowd of people, 20 minutes.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I've never used the rubber. Something I need to do. I definitely need to learn it, but I've never used a rubber. I do have one. I'm sorry, I was not trying to brag, but that's about as long as it takes me. My mom, I went to go make a pair of socks, and I started at 4 or somewhere around there. 4, and I ended around 4:20
When you first made
or 4:25.
your very first pair of socks, how long did it take you?
5 hours. 5 hours, something like that.
I feel better.
You've been working on it for 2 months.
Yeah, my mom told me a story about a lady that was doing a pair of socks and she was working on it for months, like a detailed sock pair, and her spring broke and all her needles went poof. And she said she went away from the thing and never went back to it for like 2 months. And she was on the second sock.
That's so greedy.
That's sad.
It is sad.
I've never done a detailed pair of socks. The closest thing I've done to that is a peek of hem. No, I'm not doing like the lift a needle, drop a needle, lift a needle, drop a needle.
Yeah.
What other things are you interested in, Dirk?
Hunting, bowling, or hunting is kind of bowling, but fishing, trapping. I built stuff. I built a quail house. I built a tree house with Dad's help, of course. Oh, I like driving tractors. That's fun. Oh, I didn't push one down.
How many sheep do you have after?
9, 21.
Did you have a bunch of babies this year?
Yep, lots of babies, lots and lots of babies. It was so sad. So when I got one of my sheep.
When you didn't move the weights.
What? Oh yeah, but it's staying up. It is staying up. I was doing it real.
Necessarily have to move the
You
weights.
get them at a sweet spot.
Unless you see it, you really don't have to. Something's wrong. 1 needle, 3 needles.
That's just when,
Yeah.
listen on the radio.
You're gonna push one down beside it on that one, and then you're gonna come and grab it. It's gonna grab it. You're gonna go around. You're gonna come all the way. You're gonna grab. It's gonna grab it. Grab it. Then you're gonna go one back, one more back on that side, and you're gonna stop right there. You're gonna make sure all this is down. You're gonna let's try this new amazing thing Sue bought me or got me. Yeah, I think it's pull up, not push. Oh, good. I'm on the heel, not the toe, so I get to use this stick.
Use it every day, buddy.
Your hand is an amazing thing. When you pull it up with your hand, it hurts. When you push down, it actually kind of feels nice. But don't push it all the way down. Another rule of thumb. It should never be even with these needles. Never. It should all be around that height. Actually, probably needs to go a little lower. Okay. And then you're going to go all the way around. You're going to reset your thing. Actually, I probably should have waited. I do not have a magnet on mine. My thing right here hits this thing and counts. Okay. We're going to go. Okay, you're going to go all the way around. This is where it wants to drop. As soon as you do 14 rows, you can take off your sock weights. Why is it so hard? Oh! No wonder why it's so hard. What?
If they can point the camera down in the center, see in the corner where the heel ends? See how there's like, it looks like a hole, but it's supposed to be there?
Yes, I forgot to. Dang it. That's another thing. I forgot to do the trick that gets rid of them.
Oh, so you could show us on the toe?
Nope, that's different. That's different. Nope. So you lift a needle up, but then you put it back down. Make sense?
Gotcha.
Okay. I go as soon as I hit 15 rows, I will take off my sock weights. So right there, I can usually take off your sock weights. Unless you have a very weird machine that does not let you take off your sock weights, then yeah, you don't take them off. And I just keep them there because it's a nice, convenient place to put them. And we will need them again on the channel. Ouch.
Derek, did you have any babies who had bottle feed this spring?
Nope, I almost did, but she sadly passed away. So one of my favorite sheep, I got her, and she has had a stillborn one every single year. But this year really hit her hard, and all 4 of hers were stillborn. So she's not now a breeding sheep. She is a fiber pet. And you're going to do 15 more rows. No? No, you know you need to go to 40 rows. Let's see. Why did you just do that? Why did you just lift up?
Is your weight?
No. That's another reason. See how it's coming up? We're just going to put a sock weight right there. For safety reasons only. Okay. That should be better. Much better. 20 rows. 20 more. Yarn. Okay. Tension. Okay. Floppy thing. Floppy. 3, 4, 5 more rows. 4 more rows. 3 more rows. Right there. Okay, you're at 40 rows. So you're going to do the same thing. You're going to come to your black. And you're going to do the exact same thing. Flop. Oh, yes. On this one, I always forget. You keep one down.
How'd that work?
Ooh, that's nice. Okay, perfect. Okay, the reason for this is because when you come back, you're going to have to put this one down first. I'll show you when we get there. Why in the world would you not want to catch? Are you going to catch or you're not going to? Oh, you did catch. I thought you weren't. Okay, we're going to do the same thing. Sock weight. Oh. Okay. Perfect. Okay, you're going to come back. Same thing, you need to move this. Perfect. Okay, same thing. You're going to lift one. And come all the way back. You're going to go all the way around. Grab it. Do same thing. I do around 2 rows like there, and then I add sock weights. So I'm already putting it back on, so lift up, rule of thumb, grab this one. You want to keep this in line with your empty needles as much as you can. Some people have 4 sock weights, and some also have a spreader. This. It also works as well. Like there's another thing. There's another one of these that have a hook. That's what this is for. I guess you could use that too, but why am I putting that down? Swap it. Perfect. Okay. Then lift a needle. Go around. grab a needle. Go around. Lift a needle. Lift a needle. You see how it's coming up right there? We need to lift the weights. Right there. Was that from Lion King, I think?
Yeah, I call it the Wemo website.
Yeah, it's the Wimma web. Lion King. My younger brother. That's interesting. The yarn split. Half of it went in and half of it didn't. I don't think I've ever had that. Okay. Go around. Lift. Go. Lift. Grab. Go around. Up. Go around. Okay. Okay. So, everything looks good, but that did come up, so we're going to move your weights. Are you still doing that? Maybe you need more weight in that direct spot. We're going to move the middle one because I can't get that one out of spot. Grab. Go around. Lift. Now that's coming up.
Did you move the middle? Yeah.
We're going to try to move you back up in the middle. We're going to move you over. And we're going to move you right there. Ah, you should stay now. Oh, I
It's a
did.
good demo. I get like, I'm not moving the weights, but
That is drop stitch.
Interesting. I dress my machine a lot because a lot of times I forget to put the weights on and I can crank around 2 rows without it dropping. Sometimes. And sometimes I have very little weight on and it doesn't drop either. Perfect. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2.
Hey.
Up. Okay. Okay, we have got to the part where we put it down a needle. Down needle. Perfect. We're gonna go up a little bit because it's definitely coming down. Like, it's very weird because sometimes you don't need any sock weights. Sometimes you need a lot of sock weights. We're gonna come back. What? I have to move the sock weights a lot today. Like the heel, you didn't have to move them at all. The toe, you have to move them every 10 seconds.
Jerry, when you're working and making many things, do you use a lot of waste yarn in between items or do you rehang it? Further?
If I'm making a lot of bonnets, like when I make like the bonnets that are for sale today that I made, I do a bonnet. I use 20 rows of waste yarn, and then do another bonnet. And when I use all my colors at home, like I make bonnets out of waist yarn because it's cheaper and they still look nice.
Yeah.
And I can, with all my colors, I probably can get a line probably about 4 feet long.
Okay. So it doesn't really impact your weight management as you're working.
No, not really. You just move.
Move the weight up.
Oh, that weight's touching the floor.
Oh, I am.
Okay, so that's the thing. You're gonna go up, and you're just gonna clip it. I'm gonna go where my sock is because it's
No.
more convenient.
I was just curious how people work with longer steps. So this was a good demo. Thank you.
That's what this is for. That's what it's for. Is when you have got your weight to the floor. That's another amazing thing about working on a really tall table. You have a long way before you have to move your weights. We're gonna put that back on because I oiled it.
For sale here today.
Yes.
If I'm gonna buy wherever, it's gonna be about class.
A booth. My booth is that way.
Okay, we'll find it.
And I have on the 48 cylinder. I have a Franken bonnet, which is a whole bunch of different colors of yarn put together. It's like all my colors of yarn. And I will show you the difference between doing a sock, or not doing a sock, of course, doing the heel and the toe. There's one difference. One. Ever since I did that, it's gotten a lot happier. We're still gonna move another one.
What's the name of your shop?
Honey Holler Fiber.
Then do you spin?
No, I have a spinning wheel, but I have not got it down. I can't find the lady that was. I met a lady that was supposed to help me teach me, and then I can't find her anymore.
Oh.
She just disappeared. I forgot her name. Okay, that raised up a lot, so we're gonna move our needles.
Now you can see that. Sorry, I've never seen this on my machine yet, so it's not.
Okay. This is the thing that's different. You're gonna put this needle down, which is normal, but you're also going to come over here and put that needle down. And then when you come over, you can go all the way around, and you're gonna come like that, and it's gonna knit. But when you come back, you're gonna stop right there, and you're gonna cut your yarn. And then for this one, I'll probably cut it right here. And then, thank you, they're my mom's. And then, a good long piece of yarn is always helpful. When I make bonnets, you have to have a long yarn, like long. So what I do when I make a bonnet is I take it all the way out, as far as I can stretch, and then I cut it back here. It's the easiest way I make a bonnet. It's just most convenient. You're gonna take this, and you're gonna take it and put it. You're gonna grab that right there, and you're gonna grab it and pull it. And I dropped it again. I need to add a string to it and it's tied to my hand. That would be so convenient. That would be helpful. Okay. Pull that tight because if you don't and it gets loose, you'll drop a stitch. That actually happened to me like yesterday. I was making a sock and that's what happened. You're going to take your waist yarn, and you're going to, like I said, my machine is cuckoo banana cakes and I have to make it so much harder. I have to put the yarn there.
I think you did a great job. Absolutely, yeah.
Half the battle though, is knowing your machine.
Definitely.
It's, yeah, you know it's bonkers.
That's why I wanted to use my machine.
Yeah, that's where your comfort level is.
And you showed us how to fix the problems and did trick them, so that's always good too.
And you're going to pull this up because for some reason everything wants to carry away. Make sure it grabs it. Okay. You're going to have it like that, and then you're going to make sure all your nails are down. Okay. It all should, you know that step. So you're going to slowly go around. We're just going to go around a few times. Like when I make a sock, I usually go 15 or so. Okay, and how I get a sock off is I cut it anywhere, and I just slowly cut.
That was excellent, and that was excellent. You're a lazy kid.
Okay, back, ring the bell.
That looks good.
Ring the bell so we can cheer for you.
Yes,
Yeah.
you did a great job. Thank you. Send us over.
So I do want to say one more thing.
What's that?
Okay, so when your size of foot depends on this, how many rows you do. So I probably did too many for me because this is probably not gonna fit me because that is a lot of rows, but it might. So it would come down to here. So you measure. You don't measure this. You measure from this point to your heel. So I needed a tape measure, Mom. So this is about 5 inches long. So
Does that correspond to the foot measurement?
okay, I'll show you. You're gonna take the bottom of your foot. You're gonna stop at the edge of your toes, right here, and then you're going to go to the bottom. Actually, if you have a sock, usually you could just measure from that sock to that sock. Actually, I'm 6 inches, so it probably would fit me.
Measure your favorite socks and and measure how long your heel and your toe goes.
But did you go?
I'm actually wearing my favorite socks.
So I don't understand. You measure to the end of your tippy toe and to the end
No,
of your heel?
you measure from the bottom of your toes,
Where the crease is?
Yes. and then you go right before your heel starts.
Okay. Okay.
Right before your heel starts, I should say.
Got it. It's just, you can measure your whole foot if you want to, or a pair of socks that fit, and then take out, know how long your heel and toe goes. And then the in-between part she's describing, that's how you figure out how many rows trying by your rows for that row. But you were 10 rows instead of
Oh, another thing. You when you cut this with when you cut this, it does not matter where you cut this or when you pull it out. You don't have to sew anything on the hem. Oh, and this is what a pica hem looks like.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like when you're done.
Yeah.
Hey, this is probably the best pica hem is. And if you don't get your measurements right, so like 10, 10, if you do 11, 10, it'll do like this. It'll do like this, where your pica's here and then your hem's there. Yes. So that's what it looks like when you're done. And if you do it right.
We have a lot of comments too. See? A lot of people commenting. You're doing great. Oh,
Like that.
that is so awesome.
I got a question about.
Okay.
What were you seeing
Yeah, I think that's perfect.
Okay.
If you can adjust, remove the banner. If you can just to show
Yeah.
more of it. Sorry, I don't know.
That's okay. No, that's okay. Stand by. Are we live or no?
There we go. Any people have questions? I'm gonna ask you the questions afterwards.
Awesome. Okay.
The mic is clear. You want people to come closer to you?
Not yet. Are we all here? All good? It's 10:01. Shall I start? All right, you guys. Welcome to the Kitchening demo. I feel like an important part of Kitchening is the end of the sock. So I'm gonna actually pretend. Let's just pretend like we're at the very end of the toe. And when I do the toe, just like he was talking about, who was here for Dirks?
Yeah.
Just like he was talking about the picot getting off like this. If you have like 10 rows on one side and then 11 rows, it's not going to make a good picot. The toe is kind of the same way. I like to think of that Kitchener stitch. Okay, I got to get it together here. Sorry. Not making sense. Okay, so here we are with a drop stitch. Okay, so I just did my toe, not for reals, for pretend.
Okay.
And now I'm on the very last 2 needles, one on this side and one on this side.
Did you wrap both of the last needles on each?
I did, but I was, well, I was actually on my decreases, so this isn't a real one. But I do the magic no wrap or a suicide wrap, so I was wrapping even though you didn't see me wrapping. Okay, so on the last row, when we have 2 needles, I got this guy up here and I got this guy up here. We're gonna lower them both. I will go ahead and wrap it. And I usually do the suicide wrap. So, and that is because when we come back around, that is going to be our Kitchener stitch. So, I mean, we're not going to go back around. We're going to lower both needles and make our pass, and then we're going to cut the yarn and put on waste yarn, and we're ready to Kitchener. And then our tail will be that last pass that goes back. Does that make sense? So then the front of the toe will have the same number of rows as the back of the toe. If we lowered this needle down, made a pass, and then lowered our final needle down and made a pass, and then Kitchener, that's an extra row. That's an extra row. So it'll be like, it's going to be like minimal. Like, I don't think anyone would actually notice or anything, but we know deep down in our hearts. So we don't want that. So we're going to lower that needle and we're going to lower that needle.
We just
Sure. What's going on?
it keeps on because it moves
Okay.
moving a lot.
Alrighty. We're just doing a little technical. Do 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 do. All right. We're good. So we lowered this needle, we lowered that needle on our pretend toe, and whoocha! Yay! We cut our yarn, we put on waste yarn, we're ready to Kitchener. I'm not gonna use that one because it was real bad. I am gonna use my charity sock. How many have made charity socks woohoo, Britt? All right, yes, good. Awesome. Okay, so
And she's making stuff.
hello, people of Earth.
I know your voice.
Yes, 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 that's
Oh my
me.
God, she's famous.
She is.
Busy or something.
Okay, I actually started this one, but I'm going to take these stitches out so we can start at the beginning. Started this last night after a few cocktails.
Rule number one.
Yeah.
Drink any down.
Let's see. Okay, I got a little further than I thought I had. Let's get it all out. Whoo, whoo, whoo. Okay, so here's our sock right up off of the machine. Okay, we see our last stitch right here, and here it was on the machine. We lowered this needle, we lowered this needle, we made a pass across. Now we're going to make that final pass. It's going to be our Kitchener stitch. Okay, so let me thread my needle. And I like to use a needle that is not too blunt and not too, we don't want it like a sewing needle that's sharp, sharp, because every time we prick any of the little threads of our waist yarn, that is going to be a snag when we pull out the waist yarn, which we love a nice snagless pull.
So, I'm sorry.
Yes, go
Ann,
ahead.
could you back up just a little bit?
Sure.
I made my sock, I put my waist yarn on, I threw it down, I put out the fire in the kitchen, and then I come back and I don't remember which way it goes. What's the telltale so that I have it?
So it's off your machine
Yes.
and you're like, which way does it go? Like, do I start here or do I start here?
Or even on the other side if the
Okay.
back was turned around.
Okay.
So always look for, I guess, your sock yarn.
Well, okay. So here, yeah, you find your working yarn and you see where it's coming out of this stitch right here. And you can see that we've got like this little big hole here. So this was our middle. This was where the equator of our machine was. And here's the equator over here. The hole is a little smaller, but you can tell that was where the equator is. So I like to call it the Great Divide, like the Grand Canyon, you know, like, because these needles were working hard. They were so busy working, and these guys were like on the unemployment line, just standing around, not doing crap. All right. So we are going to, so, and I like to say, people are like, well, how do you Kitchener it? And I'm like, well, first we're going to have a series of wedding ceremonies, and this guy is going to get married to this guy. And then number 2 is going to get married to number 2. And then number 3 is going to get, and then they all get to kiss. Oh, okay. So we're going to cross the big divide. It doesn't matter where you are, but if you do the same toe every time, then it should just start to be the same every time. So that's kind of like if I'm like over here, if my tail is over here, I'm like, what did I do wrong? Like, what did I do different? So if you're being consistent, it should be the same every time. So here's our working yarn coming out of this stitch here. We're going to cross the great big divide. And I do like on this very first stitch, I do like to just go underneath this little bar just to kind of close everything up a little bit. So I'm going to go through that. And then if you look at the waist yarn and follow this waist yarn, see, look, here's our first number 1 needle, our first stitch that's going to get married. And the waist yarn comes up out of that, comes up to the above row, and then it comes down. Can I zoom in? Can I just pinch and zoom or?
Oh, no.
No? Okay, we'll just leave it. So the waist yarn comes up through this stitch and then down, and then it goes across, up through this stitch and down. We're going to mimic the waist yarn.
I'm focused.
There we go.
There you go.
We're going to mimic this waist yarn. We're going to go down. We're going to mimic this part, down and up, down and up. And when I say down, I mean down into the sock and up out of the sock, not like gravity up and down. So we're going to go down in stitch number 1, zoop, and we're going to come up in stitch number 2, zoop. Oh, it really is big. Okay. We're going to pull that taut, but we're not going to tighten anything up yet, because when you get it tightened up, then it gets confusing. So the first few stitches, I like to just leave it. So now we're going to cross the big divide and we're going to marry these guys over to their partners over on the other side. Across the Grand Canyon. We're going to go down in that first stitch and up in that first stitch. And let's do it like one more time before we do any sort of tightening. We're gonna go down and up. And okay, don't get too close, Amy. So I like to make sure we don't snag any yarn. What you can do is like find the little hole and go down and then kind of lift it up, and you can check and like double check. Did I snag anything? Did I split the yarn? What did I do? Like just, we really don't want to snag any of the yellow yarn. Okay, so that's looking good. Let's do one more. Why not? Down, check in, check in, check in, check in. And see the waist yarn, we just followed the waist yarn down into that stitch. We're going to go across to this little untouched stitch, find the hole, and kind of just lift the needle up and pull it through. All right, now it's time to tighten. And this is where I used to just get so friggin' confused, because like I can do this all day, but we don't want, that's not gonna work. And so this is kind of confusing. We're gonna tighten it up. And if you only do a couple of stitches, you can just really tight. Like I pull it until it's tight. And that's the corner. It's going to give us those little dog ears anyway. We don't want that. So it's okay to tighten up those first stitches. Now we're going to change my orientation to be like this, our little Muppet. Hello. And then we're going to start to kind of like form it this way. So now we're still going across the big divide. Everything is a little bit more confusing. Like which stitches where? Do I go down in here? Do I go here? And this is where you just want to follow the waist yarn. So like I sincerely am confused. Like looks like this might be a stitch, but that is actually part of our Kitchener. See, look, that's my working yarn. So we don't want to go through there. So if I get confused, I find the little virgin stitch that doesn't have anything in it. We're going to come up out of that one. We know that we're coming up out of this stitch because it's got nothing going on. So we're going to follow this waist yarn down and across, and there, right there is our stitch that we need to go down. We're going to go down in that stitch that's got a lot going on. And we're going to come up in its little virgin neighbor. And then we're going to start to just pull it tight, and we're going to start to see that line of Kitchener appear. And here we go. Same thing. Here's our untouched stitch. Here is our stitch that we're going to go down in. And it just, sure.
Yeah, the video. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So we're going to go across the big divide, across up here. And to determine where we're putting our needle, we're going to find the stitch next door that has nothing going on. Nobody's in there. Nobody's Kitchenered him yet. So we're going to follow the waist yarn, this bar here that goes across, and it's coming up out of the stitch that we're going to go down into. So we go down into that stitch. I like to just check, make sure there's no snags, and then up in that little neighbor stitch. And now they're all married. Mwah! And that is how we do. Now, I feel like the beginning part of the Kitchener stitch is the hardest.
Yes.
Like once you get this, it's just like you're on those straightaway on the race course. There's no, horses freaking out, trying to spook you. And we just go down and up, down and up, down and up, all the way across. Down in that first stitch and up in the second stitch. And then we cross the great divide, and we just want to, our Kitchener stitch is starting to show. We just want to just kind of match the height of the stitches of the rows above or below. And after you do this a zillion times, it starts to become more secondhand. So let's do the beginning part again, shall we? Would that be helpful? Beginning part? How do you guys feel about the straightaway part? Does it feel good? Does it feel comfy?
It's
Yes.
always easier when I get to that point, but
Yes.
when I start and end, I always end up with holes.
When she starts and ends, she always ends up with holes on the ends.
Yeah.
Are you catching all of the stitches.
Obviously not, so.
Let's do it again. And I also feel like if you are doing a full, like, it's harder when you did not change color, we don't have a solid for the toe. It's a lot easier if you do change yarns for the toe because then you're working with a solid. And when I do change yarn for the toe,
That's a high contrast.
I always do at least one row of my toe color before I start my toe. I don't lift needles, change yarn, start my toe. I start a row back, change my yarn, do a round around. Usually if I got my ribber on, if I'm ribbing all the way to the toe, I'll do it like 2 rows before. And so I've always got my solid color there, which just makes it a little easier. So if you're like, oh my God, I'm just not sure about changing yarns, it feels so scary and new, just think you're rewarding your future self. You're making it easier. You're doing a big favor to your future self. You're like, okay, it's hard now to change yarns, but I can do this. And I am doing a big favor for future Amy. I'm going to make that Kitchener so much easier. All right, so here we are. Let's do the beginning again. This came off the machine. I lowered this needle down. I lowered this needle down. I made one pass across. And doing that, I think, will also help with the little dog ears that you get because that extra row is just more stuff that doesn't need to be there. All right, so here is our last stitch right there. Here is the great divide hole. This is the front of the cylinder. This was the back. I'm going to just pop over and just go through that little bar right there just to try to like tighten everything up at the corner. And that's just personal preference. You guys don't have to do that. I mean, you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. You only have to pay taxes and die. So, you know, anything I'm showing here, if you figure out a better way. So now I found my first stitch. I'm going to go down and up. And then we go back across the great divide and hit the stitch number 1 and stitch number 2 down and up. Again, we're going to go down, check in to see. I kind of felt like maybe I snagged something, so I'm going to check and see if I actually did. And then up, can always check. And let's go ahead and pull it tight. Zoop. Sound effects is very helpful, in my opinion. All right, so now everything is pulled tight and I'm lost. I'm like, what was happening? All those little bride and grooms, or brides and grooms are lost. So what I do is I find that stitch that I know I'm coming up out of, the one that's untouched. Like here's our whole row of, and that one is the last one. This one is definitely not untouched. So if I follow the waist yarn down through our untouched stitch, across and up. So right here, that's our stitch to go down into, down and up. Zoop. And down again. If we don't know where we are, just, you know, follow your little line of stitches. Here's the last one that's looks normal, right? And so we follow the waist yarn going across. That's our waist yarn going across, and it's coming up right here. So if you ever are lost, the waist yarn is like there to show you the way. And that is how we go. Sorry?
I can see how having a solid color. on
It
this
really helps. And the other thing is a good contrast yarn. Like sometimes you're like, don't even think, you just grab the yarn you usually are using. And if you've got, you know, you're like, oh, sometimes I use white waist yarn. This would not have worked. Look at all those white stitches. Like you got to make sure that you're getting a good contrast, because if you can't see it, you definitely cannot Kitchener it. Was this helpful, you guys?
The best Kitchener explanation. I'll probably watch 50 videos on this, and I don't know how I've missed yours. I have one out there, so I can look for it.
Well,
But
thank
this
you.
is like,
Any other?
it's so easy.
It, you know, I think it took me a long time to figure out Kitchener. When I started, I was closing this little flap of, you know, Muppet lips in, and I was like, you will never speak evil to me again. You know, I was having a fun time, but it wasn't the right, it wasn't, maybe not right, but it wasn't the best way to do it, because if I ever do like a seamless cowl or something, like something where that would have been trapped inside forever. That's the wrong stitch, Amy. We got to cross the Great Divide. So once I kind of like, I watched a bunch of Kitchener videos. I kind of tried to think my way through. And once I realized that the Kitchener stitch is a line of knitting. It's just like a line that you put in yourself.
Using the one stitch over and then.
Yes, yes. And whenever you get lost, I feel like that's because that's the main problem is getting lost. Like, what am I doing? Where am I? And even when I'm knitting, if I get lost when I'm knitting, I will like just do a little tinking and be like, okay, what's going on? Let me just tink a little bit. I started doing that in my hand knitting when I was learning to knit, and I would like put my knitting down and then I'd pick it back up and I'd be like, I am so lost. I don't know what's going on. And I would tink back a little bit. I feel like tinking is one of the best things you can do. And also I wanted to show you guys a little tinking trick because I make a lot of mistakes and I tink a lot. And since I am on TikTok live, you guys, if you're on TikTok, you should follow me because I'm the best. You can join the sock cult. And
All right, Amy, make your best.
Clink, yes. Yes. What was I gonna say? So people are invested, you know, like you're making a sock, they're invested. You know, a lot of times if I'm on my own, I'm just gonna stop and start over, you know. But sometimes I'm like, I've already done a lot of work on this and I do not want to start over. So if you guys want to watch more kitchening, you know, let's do a little bit more kitchenering. But then I would love to show you some tricks I picked up while tinking.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure, yes, please. Yes.
I've watched your videos. I know about you for a long time. So this is the best resource out there. I gotta tell you that.
Oh, thank you.
But I recently tried to go ahead and Kitchener from inside the sock because I thought that way the tail would be where I want it to be when I have to go ahead and weave it in.
Uh-huh.
And-
So so do you turn it inside out?
I turned it inside out.
Okay, uh-huh.
And I'm pretty good with the Kitchener. I get it. Your video helped me to get it. So I know what I'm looking at and I'm very good. You're doing, you know, a good job and very rarely do I miss a stitch. When I turned, one time I tried to turn it inside out, and then to start Kitchering, I went ahead and I did my Kitchener, I followed my stitches, and when I turned it over, the top of the foot had a ridge across the top. And I thought, what did I do? What was I picking up wrong?
You purled instead of.
I was,
Oh, yes, you purled instead of, yes, I have done that before too. So
yeah,
when you're
In and out backwards.
okay, so let me just say for the people who are watching, he said lots of very, very nice things about my video. Thank you very much. And then he said he will turn the sock inside out and he'll Kitchener, and it turns out to be he'll get a ridge. He'll get a ridge when he flips it back. And I think that is because, see, if you look at mine, I can't get too close. On the screen, it looks like there's no way you could see, but then I look at the big screen and I see, you can really see. It's dark yarn though. Let me pull this one. Let's look at this one.
and if this is out of scope, you know, that's fine. I can take down the side.
Not at all, not at all. So,
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where.
so I think, yeah, if we look at this, I think the key is my constant mantra, which is follow the waste yarn. And if we follow the waste yarn, it really can't lead you wrong. So let's take a look. Here's our inside out. Let me actually turn inside this.
The starting is different if you're looking at the full side versus the mid side, but I like how you're very consistent. Start your do this, and I could do that.
All right. So instead of going, it looks like instead of going down and up, like I would normally go down here and then up here. I'm going up. Look at this. So this, if we tink back a row, a stitch,
Right.
that will show us how to do it. So you can see I came up and then down. When you're on the other side, you go down and then up. That must have been it.
That must have been it.
Yeah, and so that's making a purl bumps. You can see the little purl bumps going on. So instead of going down and up, if we follow the waste yarn, it's coming up out of this little virgin stitch and coming across on top of them, or really on bottom of them. It's coming over here. So if we do the same thing, follow the waist yarn, it comes across and goes down. So we're going to follow it from the opposite side, come up. And we're going to try so hard not to split the yarn. Got it. And then we're going to go down. It's a little tough. I do not like doing it this way, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what, Bobby.
I didn't either, I get that it's like easy to follow now, but you can't exactly tell how you're.
It's a little trickier. So I think I got it. I didn't snag anything. Let's pull it through. Eek. And there we go. And we have our pwirl bumps. All right.
You just saw the next week because you have to reverse it.
You got to reverse it. So follow this waist yarn.
And outside.
Outside from now on. Excellent. So if we follow this waist yarn, it came up out of that one and it's going down. We're going to do the reverse and we're going to go up, follow this waist yarn across and go down. There we go. So we did Kitchener 2 ways. Woo!
Question.
Yes.
It's probably sacrilegious to say in this group, but I'm new. And what I did on my first sock, I didn't realize you do it with the waist yarn on.
Oh, yeah.
Took it off and picked up all the stitches, and then the Kitchener I know is knit one and leave it on, purl one and take off that stuff. Can I do that?
Absolutely. You know, do you guys know Rosalind? Roz Knits? I don't know her last name, but Roz Knits on Instagram. The year I started making socks, the year I bought a machine, she posted a pair of socks a day on her Instagram channel. She had had her machine since 2013. So I think a lot of them, she made a lot of socks, but some of them came from her stash of socks. So like, it wasn't like she was making a pair, but it was still very impressive. And I saw her video and she does that. She puts them on needles. I don't know if she removes them first. I think she steams them first. So that way she doesn't have a lot of problems with them dropping. Cause I think that would probably be your biggest problem. So you could steam it and that will hold everything in place and you can remove the waste yarn, pop it on your needles. And if that is the easiest way, absolutely do it the way that's easiest for you.
Probably not quite as neat as this, but I'm still a beginner.
Uh-huh.
And just to get a sock made with the toe.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Do we have any more questions? Any online questions we want to answer?
No.
Are you guys online?
Yeah, good.
All right. Nobody's asked any online questions. All right. I'd love to show you guys some tinking tricks because I feel like nobody talks about tinking and we all make mistakes. Okay.
Amy, I have like a little tip, I don't know if you.
Sure.
But I often can't get the right after I finish the sock, and I often struggle with losing them, like trying to figure out where's my stitch, even though I'm trying to follow the waist yarn.
Uh-huh.
Business not that great. So to help myself, I use these little teeny tiny hourglass shaped stitch markers.
Oh, those little metal ones, right? They're sharp.
Like for anything else, but because they're sharp. But I put them on where the little gap goes on the ends of your ends of your rows where we have the little gap, the last stitch. And then the next to the last stitch. So I put 4 on each side.
Uh-huh.
So 8 total. And I just take them off as I knit through them. And that way when you it helps me know where to start. And then it helps me know.
Absolutely.
And like, and it's getting tight. It's stuck in a stitch marker. So it's easy to find.
Okay, so the tip in from the audience for the audience at home is those little hourglass. Yeah, do you want to come on up here and show? And those little.
I forget what you called it, like the little Elmo smile or whatever.
Uh-huh.
So when you've got the gap on both sides, here you put it under the camera.
We got the gap, the Great Divide. Here's the Great Divide, and she puts these little stitch markers on stitch 1 and 2. And
That one
lady,
is very, like you're saying, look at the one next to it. It's much easier if you.
yes, yes, that is very handy. And you might want to do a more of a contrasting.
Yeah, I
color,
say
too.
that's saves me when I have messed up my
Yes,
contrasting. I
yes.
just brought one color base yarn.
Yeah. Okay.
Just the cherries.
So I wanted to show you guys. So let's say we made a mistake. Usually my mistakes are, you know, we don't need to get into it. Let's say there was a mistake and I just want to tink back one row of my heel and say these guys were raised, but they need to be part of the tinking. So as you may know, when you're tinking, if this stitch, see how this stitch is below the latch? Here's my latch. And you got to grab the stitch. I mean, if you're tinking, let me try to actually tink. When you get to those stitches, it's a pain in the butt because the stitch is now below the latch. I quite enjoy tinking. It's kind of fun and relaxing. You get all your weight off. You got to get out the good sound effects. Let's get those forks off. These are my own handmade forks. Okay, so we've got no weight. I'm just going to rest my big weight on my knee so there's no weight. And here we go. So as we're tinking, if that stitch is sitting as it usually is, it's sitting right on the latch, you can just pop it up and over and it's just like, whee! It's just, you know, easy, fun, good times, right?
Do it again, only slower. People are like, huh?
Yeah.
You guys don't know this?
That's fine.
I did it yesterday successfully.
Oh my God, that's so big.
Okay, so while the stitch is on that latch, it just pops off so easy and breezy.
But you gotta bring it up and over.
Now, I lifted these needles down here, as you recall. So let's see what happens when we get to those. Let's just make one. So this one was raised. I lowered it. The ones where it's on the latch is so easy breezy. But this guy, he's going to be a problem. Now I've dropped a stitch because the stitch was below the latch, it automatically closes the latch and it causes problemos. So now I got to like be careful and try to catch that stitch and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, Amy will cry. So I like to call this the anti-crying device. So if you know, and it's always on the heel for me, if you know, like I'll mess something up or I'll drop like one of those corner stitches or I'll get all the way down to my increases and like it's just bad stuff happens. So what I would like to do is, so say these guys were raised and I'm tinking and I need to tink back several rows on my heel. What I like to do is I will lower all the way back to where I want to tink to, and I will just make a pass. And you don't have to knit every needle either. Like I just put that yarn behind all of these needles and I'm just going to make a pass and I'm going to be careful so it gets in all of that. Actually knits them all. Okay. So I've just made a pass and now all those needles that I were raised and the stitch was below the latch, now they're all sitting right on the latch. So I have an extra row to tink, but tinking it is like easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. You know what I'm saying? So just because I have an extra row to tink now, it's fine because now those are all good to go. Like we can just boop, 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 boop.
Flathead machine, you just pull like this, and pull out your way out. So this makes sense, but I don't understand though, into like, why would knitting 6 stitches allow you to tink better?
I'm not explaining it. I'm not setting it up very well because this is just a bit of test knitting. Nothing is actually gone wrong. I mean, lots of things have gone wrong.
Oh,
But-
I get it now, you you make a fake row.
Right.
And then the stitches are on the right portion of your.
Right. So,
I got myself through it, thanks.
yes, okay. She talked herself through it. So basically, yeah, I'm just, my goal here is to show you that don't be dismayed when you're trying to tink and that stitch is below the latch, and you're like, it's going to take me, and you have got to get your pick out, and you're like, it's going to take like 10 minutes per stitch. That's no good. That's no good. So the goal for me is to show you that, yes, see, here we go. Here's one that's below the latch. So I would have to like grab my pick, try to grab this stitch so that we don't lose it. And I'm going to ease it off, and then I'm going to open that latch, and then I'm going to try to like finagle the new stitch, and then I can just tink that just perfect. Instead of doing that for however many needles you got to do that for, just lower them down, make one pass, and then you got your easy breezy tinking row instead of this pick, finagle, cry row. So that's my anti-crying trick. And I think we're all done. If you guys want to get out your Kitchener and I can come around and help you, I would be happy to do that. We got like 25 minutes still, so let's Kitchener. Rainish, Rainish, Amy on TikTok. That's my TikTok name. And whenever I make socks, I go live because it's funner with people. It's funner with friends.
She's the reason I got the machine.
Stacy, there's a couple of them out there. Yeah.
So I
So
don't understand, it's in TikTok limited to 40 seconds, so what do you do 40 seconds at a time?
no. No. Actually, it's not limited to 40 seconds anymore. You can make 10-minute videos. It was actually never 40 seconds, it was 60 seconds. And then they increased it to 3 minutes, and now it's 10 minutes. However, I don't do that. I go live. So I'm streaming, and people can comment and chat, and I play music, and sometimes we have a little karaoke going. And one
Like if you're not able to do the live.
yeah, no, no, unfortunately, no. Sometimes I'll post like little. Yeah, that's my baby Percy. She's looking at my. So I also have like a playlist. If you go and click this circular sock knitting machine, you can just see anything related to the sock machine that I've done. Like I love to post people love the yarn pulls, and I love the yarn pull, and it's just so satisfying when you Kitchener really well and you don't catch any freaking snags, and then you can just pull it out and it's beautiful and gorgeous. So yeah, I'm on there. Feel free to follow me. It's not just sock stuff, it's also cat stuff and jewelry stuff and cooking, a lot of cooking. Yes. And okay, let's see your Kitcheners. Bring it on up. Or I could come around, whatever we
Okay. Today we're going to talk a little bit about timing and maintenance on a machine. The maintenance mostly is going to be cleaning, lubricating, and reassembly. And we're going to strip this thing all the way down. We don't normally do that, but today we're going to spend the time and do it. Seems like most everybody's still on at lunch, so we're going to take some extra time for ourselves. The topper, we're not going to do anything with. For lubricating and on it, there is a pivot point right here by a pin that is on your top. Just put a couple drops of oil right on that. Didn't even realize the lid was on that one. Just a couple drops of oil right there. And that's all you have to do for your top. I always like to work the oil in after I put it on the machine. Personal hang up, don't know why. Nothing else needs to be lubricated on it except for that. Then we go down to the main part of the machine. Look at our counter. Counter has an arm with a roller on it. Same thing, put a drop of oil on that roller as well. Come here, you. Then just work it in. And we get a lot of questions of how often should I clean my machine? How often should I lubricate it? It's a tenfold answer. How much do you knit? When you start seeing a lot of yarn fuzz around on your cylinder, on your needles, on your V-cam, anything like that, good time to clean it. And when you clean it, take it all the way down, wipe everything off, put it back together, re-oil everything. We'll start doing that now. We'll take our ribber off and somebody left needles in there. I'm going to pay for that later. How many of you drop like 100 needles out when you pick the darn thing up? We'll go ahead and take our cylinder out. Little trick that we've learned over some time to get our cylinder out with needles in it. We're going to lift up about a front quarter, bend it around so that our V-cam, which this is our V-cam in case y'all don't know, our V-cam is under the needles. Now the cylinder can lift up. So we'll loosen up cylinder and take it out. Oop, that's got paddle screws. How many of y'all use the paddle screws? Do you? I have zero luck with them. They always come loose on me and I end up getting frustrated with them. I don't know why, but people that love them absolutely love them. If I can get one out, we'll show you there. That is a paddle screw. They are convenient because you don't have to have a tool. As I age further and further, I find I don't have the hand strength I used to tighten the darn things up so they come loose on me. And when I see my cylinder shifting around as I'm trying to do a heel or toe, it's very frustrating. Now we'll just lift our cylinder straight up, kind of have to wiggle it back and forth to work it out, but we can set it off to the side and not lose any of our needles that way. I am kind of lazy, so I try to find the easiest way to do things. Then we've got our camshell. On our camshell, we have the spring extender, the ribber arm holder, the V-cam assembly. Critical parts to learn, and the V-cam assembly especially is definitely one we want to keep good clean. If we can look inside underneath the latches, we call these up-down latches, underneath those, that is where a lot of your yarn fuzz is going to gather up. So you want to make sure that's wiped off. Any rag, any towel, take it through it and just push that V-cam up and out of the way, and it'll wipe it right off. It does not take a lot. You do not have to stress over it. And we'll wipe out the track inside, make sure that's clean. I don't recommend folks to take the V-cam off to clean it, because unless you have a very specific mark on where your V-cam was sitting, getting your timing back to where it started with can be a little bit tricky. Then we'll go ahead and wipe the rest of it down. I like to wipe the flat down on the bottom, and then on the inside, there's a flat inside here where your cylinder sits. We want to wipe that off too. Make sure, and while you're wiping it off, rub your finger on it. If you feel any bumps, little niches in it, that could create a problem for you knitting later on. So we want to address that then. A lot of times you can just take a small file or an emery cloth for your fingernails and knock that off. Simple, easy thing to do. Then we will take off our ring gear. This is a ring gear. This is our ribber, excuse me. What's that called? Yarn carrier, thank you. That's our yarn carrier bar, then our counter activator arrow. We make up names as we go. It's kind of fun. We're just gonna wipe that off real good and you will get a lot of accumulation of black ook on the bottom of that. You want to make sure that's wiped off real good. Same thing on the bottom where you see the silver. Anywhere there is silver, that's where metal rides on metal. And we purposely take the powder coat off of it before we assemble the machines so that over the period of time, if it wears the powder coat off, then it's going to change the dimensioning and the operation of the machine. So we take it off before it does that. Then we're going to wipe our base down. That is always the dirty one. And this is Kim's machine. She calls it Frankie. It's Frankenstein, kind of a little combination of everything. And we'll take our handle off as well. Take our handle off. We're going to use a 9/16 wrench and a 1/4 inch Allen wrench. And that came with your goodie bag with your machine. To do that, we're going to, there is a, on the right-hand side, there's a black plastic nut on your handle. It's a jam nut. We're going to loosen that up, put the Allen wrench in the shoulder bolt and loosen up the jam nut on the back side of it. We'll set those off to the side. As soon as I pull it off, we'll show you that tension or nut we were talking about. Right there. That's the black one that puts the tension on. And that purpose is when you stop at a 90-degree angle or 180 degrees with it, if this is tightened up enough, it will not naturally drop down because of weight. Now, I'm sure we've all lost a few stitches doing that. We're going to take that out. And that shoulder bolt right there is ground to a specific size. So we want to make sure we clean that off real good. And for this one, I highly recommend petroleum jelly. It lasts longer than the oil does, doesn't run off as easy unless it's really hot. So we're going to coat that with some petroleum jelly. Ah, there it goes. Thank you. And then we'll, after wiping everything off, we'll reassemble it. You know, you can get as detailed as you want on the cleaning of them. It's not necessary to run through every hole with a rag to clean it out, but if you've got the time, by all means. And we'll reinstall. And remember, you've got 2 holes on your base where the handles will go. The lower hole is for the speedster handle. The upper hole is for the the reduced ratio handle. Because when you install it like that, don't work well. And we're gonna screw that back in place. The shoulder bolt, we want to tighten down all the way. Once you do that, try to move your handle. If your handle does not move real free, back that off about 1/8 of a turn, then spin your handle again. Once your handle spins free, reinstall the jam nut. And the catch-22 with that is you've got to hold the Allen wrench when you tighten up that jam nut on the back, or it will tighten itself up again. Didn't have to be super tight, just enough to hold it. Then we want to make sure it spins free. Once it spins free, we'll go back to that black plastic jam nut, tighten it up so that our handle stays out and flat, doesn't drop by itself. Then we know that it will hold. And we'll reinstall our ring gear. On the top of the ring gear, where the metal is exposed, we want to put some oil. Just a small bead all the way around it. Then we will put our camshell back in. And a way to put your camshell on properly is to remember everything that sticks up needs to be in a line. So when you assemble it, the 2 parts that stick up are right in front of each other. If you're putting it on this way, it ain't going to work. Now, the timing is going to be off by a mile and you're going to get really frustrated with it. We've already had that a couple of times this weekend. So everything that sticks up in a line. Then we will take our cylinder and install it again. Cylinder you want to wipe off. This one's not bad at all, but you'll see sometimes some black buildup here. That's easy to wipe off. Just push your needles up out of the way and just take a rag to it, wipe it off. You know, this one is actually in really good shape. I'm surprised. We'll reinstall that. And that's when you got to kind of wiggle it down in so it doesn't pull everything out of it. Put your screws in the bottom. You got to find the little hole. Come here, you. I have a little bit of a harder time. I lost 2 fingertips in 2004. So things are still a little awkward for me. I apologize. In an industrial accident at work. It was an accident. Yeah, it happened. There we go. Then we can crank around a little bit. And anytime you are not fresh oiled on your machine and you've cleaned it, crank really slow. If you hear dragging, stop and put oil on it right away. You don't want to scratch your cylinder up. It's a Kim cylinder, so we're okay. This isn't playing in there, is it? I might have to go home after this. All right, we're going to start oiling the whole system. We're going to start on the top of the V-cam. You'll see there's a little ledge on the top of the V-cam, and then where it goes in and almost touches the cylinder. We're going to run a bead of oil right over the top of that. Right around, and that's going to run down behind the V-cam and stop from scratching the cylinder. The V-cam is a free floating system, meaning it will move around. It was designed that way 100+ years ago, and that's the way the Pee Wee decided we were going to keep it. I like the system because if you get a lot of buildup of yarn fuss and things like that, it won't bind. But it does have a kind of a drawback where it will leave marks on your cylinder. Just by nature, it's going to touch it. When the needles are pressing up against the bottom of it, it's going to move it one way or the other. So that's unnecessary evil. We have not had any giant gouges or anything of that nature unless something was wrong. We have had UPS, God forbid them, drop our stuff and leave big dings and dents in it. And then folks don't know when they're first learning how to knit. They get the machine to grab it and they start cranking around and you hear that, that's bad. Okay, after that, we're going to go ahead and run a bead all the way around on the upper lip on the ring gear where the needles are sitting at. And go ahead and drop it on top of the needles as well. That will help them. Then I'm going to go right inside under the V-cam where the cylinder and the camshell just about meet. Make sure that's oiled up. And in between the camshell and the ring gear, we're going to put oil in between the two of those. You can see a little bit of a gap right down inside there. We're going to oil that all the way around. Then we're going to give it a couple cranks around to make sure everything works in. If you are having any difficulties, you feel like things are a little stiffer than they should be cranking them around on your handle, if you over here, there is a hole right on top of the handle itself. Fortunately, that fits right inside there and you can put fresh oil inside on your handle itself. That's one you shouldn't need to do if you have petroleum jelly in there, but we work in a very hot environment as a shop and our petroleum jelly actually melts and runs out of the machine. So we have to re-oil it, lubricate it that way. But that's a quick, easy fix for that. Your handle is atypical, not atypical, typically is wood. Do not put any lubricant on that is liquid, because it will soak it up and the wood will actually swell and it will lock up in place. Now our ribbing system is the last thing that we have to oil. And we want to disassemble the ribbing system. We have a 1/4-inch drive pin. We make up our own names, don't forget. Then we have our ribber arm and our tappet plate. And this is we'll call it a 1/2-inch pin that goes through the entire system. And the big one that we've had a few things about today is that little guy right there is called a rick washer. We had a scenario where our needles were getting crammed up against the inside of the slots and locking the machine up. Nobody could figure out why. We were looking at redesigning the entire tappet plate, which would have been a big, big undertaking. Rick, one of our workers, God bless him, he's been with the company 30 years, very, very intelligent man. He looked at it and said, well, the needles are going back too far. They're laying over, then they're trying to go forward. So they're hitting that backside of the fin. So he said, put a washer in there to stop them from coming back too far. So that is the 38-cent washer that solved the $10,000 problem. Rick got his own part. Once you take, I'm not going to do it to this one, but once you take it down to this far, you can take a can of like air, like you do for your computer keyboard, blow out the slots on here. You can do that on your cylinder as well to clean those out. A lot of times you don't get stuff in there. I like to take my pick and run through it just to make sure everything's cleaned up out of there. Then reassemble it. Your pin, we're going to use petroleum jelly on the 1/2-inch pin as well. Of course, wipe it down. Don't forget that part. And always inspect any of your parts that are shiny metal. Always inspect them, make sure there's no damage. If there's rust or, some sort of nicks and damage on it, you want to address that, file it down, buff it off, whatever you can. If you have anything you don't feel you can do yourself or have questions about, feel free to call the shop. We are more than happy to talk to you all, do video calls, whatever it takes to get you work through the problems. And Kim loves it. So we'll put some petroleum jelly on there. We're going to put that right back through the ribbing system, the rubber dial and the Rick washer. Try not to knock these needles everywhere. Then we'll put the tappet plate back on top. Always inspect the bottom of your tappet plate. Same thing. Make sure that it is not beat up or damaged anyway. That one's kind of dirty. Rub that off real quick just to be thorough about it. And we'll get that back on there. And I am about guaranteed I'm not going to get it back on with those needles where they're supposed to be. So I'm going to drop some of those needles off. There we go. Then set your rubber arm back on top. When you set your arm back on top, don't pinch it together. Then tighten it up. Let it sit at a natural state. Then tighten up the jam nut on the side of it. It's that brass nut. Then hold it. Make sure it doesn't drop down. You always want to look right here in between the rubber arm and the tappet plate. Even when you're knitting, if things change on your knitting, that's the first place to look. If there's a lot of tension, that will pull those two apart. Now you're creating a gap inside here that your needles can sneak under, come out of, pull up out of place. So always look at that. If you have to tighten it up, let it sit at a natural state. Don't want to pinch it together. Then snug it up on the bottom and then spin it around a little bit just to make sure you don't hear any bad noises. If you do, put a little bit of oil across the top of it, spin it again, let that oil work into the system, then you should be fine. And we want to reinstall that 1/4-inch pin, and we use the 1/4-inch pin on the back of that Phillips screw there. And that's how we set our timing on our rubber dial, which we'll go into detail on that at tomorrow's class, but that is how you do it there. And it does not function properly without that pin. So that little bugger is real easy to lose. I've lost 3 or 4 of them at home already. Grayson threatened to take it out of my check if I lose any more. Then we're going to reinstall into our rubber arm holder, and we're going to put a little bit of petroleum jelly on that aluminum shaft on the bottom of it. Take our fin, which is right there, and the pin on this machine happens to be in the front. A lot of y'all knit with it in the back. We're going to put the fin on the left side of the pin, which is where your blue or black mark will be from the shop. And we're going to insert that in. Let it drop down till we have a good spacing on it. That's part of our timing, is the spacing. Y'all have we call it a lifter tool. Some of them have a round handle like this. Some of them have a wing nut. That's the same tool. We use that to raise and lower the ribbing system to set our distance for the yarn to flow through. This one is a little high. I like to tell everyone to use the thickness of that tool, and that's what you want to set the height of your ribber at. A little bit high, a little bit low is not going to make that much of a difference, but that is a baseline setting. And if you would lower it like you did on that one, I don't know if you heard me do that or not, but I lowered it down. The ribber did not move. The whole ribbing system did not. So I grab it in between these two pieces and pinch it together. Then it pushes itself down. No, I moved it too low doing it twice. We'll try that back up. A little bit high. Still a little bit high. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Good Lord. There we go. That's close. That's close. Then we'll use the brass thumb screw to snug it up, make sure it's held in place, then make a few rounds with it. and put it in play so the needles will come out and we're going to watch. We want to watch for, make sure that we don't have a lot of movement in our river dial. Make sure it runs really close to straight in the middle. A little bit of movement's not going to make a difference, but if it's moving from one side to the other side, that's an issue. Then we have to adjust for that. Watch your needles, make sure your needles come out. If that feels draggy or anything unnatural from that, put a little bit of oil inside the slots. And just do that by running right across the top of it, and you can hear it click as you come across the top. And that'll drop your oil right down inside the slot. Then make a couple of rounds to get the oil worked in. And that should be it. Everything should be freshly oiled. If you want to oil your system as you work through the time, right at the top where that pin is at and the hole for the rubber arm, you can drop some oil right on top of that, and that will run down that pin as well. Anybody have any questions about any of that? Yes. No, it doesn't move per se, just the pin. When you lubricate it, it'll hold the lubrication, so you're good there. I'm sorry?
What if you have the other river?
Do you have the first generation? You know, I'm very good. We should have brought one with us so I could find one. That one in your machine. Does anybody work with the first generation besides her?
I have both.
You have both? Okay. This is what we call the hybrid system. It's actually second generation. Much, much easier to use and easier to work with. The first generation system, oops, can't take it up when the needles are in play. First generation system on the top here has 2 screws, and that goes into the rubber, the tappet plate, and you adjust your timing by loosening those screws and moving your tappet plate. Very, very temperamental. Once you got the hang of it, it was easy to do, but it took quite a bit for me to get the hang of it. And that was very hard to work with. On the bottom of it, it has, let me see if I can get the needles out without making too much of a mess. On the bottom of it, it will have a small post sticking off of it, an aluminum post, and a screw goes into it to hold it in place. And that post on there is aluminum, and it got marred up pretty easily. So that was an improvement as far as it goes for the company to make a solid pin. Like materials, 2 pieces of aluminum, for example, when we first came out with a hybrid system, we did not anodize the rubber arm holder here, and we did not anodize the rubber arm. Well, we realized that with the tight tolerancing between these 2 pieces, it got marred. If you put it in there and moved it the wrong way, it would make a little scratch or nick in it. Then it was locked up, and you literally had to beat them apart. So we started anodizing the rubber arm holder, so it is now a different strength of material, and the rubber arm no longer marred with it. So we have no problems with it whatsoever. First generation, we also had that problem, or it would mar together. Yeah, and first generation, just for those of you who don't know, the rubber arm holder goes back here. The spring extender went up front here. The spring extender, when I first started with the company, wasn't an option. They didn't come out with that until I don't know, 3 or 4 years later, where someone came up with the idea. So I grew up not using a spring extender, just holding a needle out, putting another one in. Didn't really see the point in them until they came out with a hybrid system that I started using one, and oh my Lord, worlds of difference. So if you don't use your spring extender, try it once and just see how you like it, because it might become your best friend. Now, I dropped a whole lot less needles using the spring extender. Anybody else have any other questions? That is really all there is to it. You know, our timing, we will go into in depth on the tappet plate tomorrow at that class. There are some minor adjustments with your yarn carrier and your yarn carrier bar. And for that purpose, let me get a couple of them. If you can get onto a needle, there's not one in the back. Where's one coming out? I lost the needles. There we go. Can you get it from the front? We want to be just off of the cylinder needles. So your yarn carrier go right up to those and just be a hair off of it. And the ribber needles, we want to be just a hair above the ribber needles. And that'll put us in a good position. Our ideal situations, we want the yarn to fall on the needle and we want it to be trapped there. So it cannot move. And we do that by getting everything in the proper position and having the timing set on the tappet plate. And that's all there is to it. Yes, ma'am.
So, I've seen cylinders where somebody's a little too energetic with a metal pick, in the cylinder things. So, an old timer said use a piece of cardboard to swipe it up there and it'll grab all of that and you won't mar yours. Or, these are hard, a denture brush. It's a little bit stiffer and that'll clean out the gunk after you've been fuzzing at it for quite a long time. Just be very gentle with the pick, but then some of us have the old cylinders that tended to kind of mark a little bit. Now, the pick, be gentle with the pick. That's the one you use.
That's I like that, especially about the brush, toothbrush, possibly something of that nature. That's a great idea to clean them up. Yeah, that is a great way. No more questions? Oh, yes, sir.
You need to put the rest of the needles back in, don't you?
I will before I take it back to Kim. Yes. Yeah.
Don't forget, you got one of the four.
I was already told that it's going to be used in another demonstration. Don't change any settings. Okay. Everybody's very, they have one sock made. They need to make a second one. How many of us have done that? We make one sock and then wait a day or two and go back and make another sock and one's this big and one's that big. I still have not figured out how that happened. Well, I thank you all for coming.
Let's just hold on. Oh, wait, hold on a few seconds. You're good to go.
Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Goodrich. And I want to tell you right off that this is not actually a pattern. It is a more technique of how to make some of your stitches to look like hand knit. It all started, I don't know, a year or so ago when my friend and Ken.
Speak a little bit louder, it's a little bit hard to hear you last.
Yes, I can do that. Okay, so this happened, this idea came up a few years ago when my friend Elizabeth Webster in Canada sent me a pattern of a heart from an antique flatbed pattern book. And I said, how do you get those edges on there? And she says, she told me, and I can't even remember what it is. And I said, I've got to do that on the machine somehow. So it's taken me a while to figure it out, and I did. So it's very tedious. There are two ways to accomplish this, and I'm going to show you both ways. So, but I wanted to pass this around so you can start looking at what I want to do. This top heart is just like your regular lace. You move one stitch to the right or to the left to make an eyelet, a hole, a mistake, whatever you want to do. And this bottom one is cuff down, and this very bottom one is toe up. And you'll notice that the toe up and the cuff down, the edges are on the opposite side of the eyelets. And that's just in the way you have to make these stitches in order to show that edging. So I'm going to pass this around so you can see it. And this is another one I'm going to send to you around. This is, this works most when your stitches are at a diagonal, right or to the left. And this, look at this left side, well, it's my left side, I guess it's your right, is just a regular transfer, no manipulation other than moving one stitch to another. And the other side is where I've moved the stitches twice to get this edging here. Now I'm going to show you, I'm going to pass around a few more. Here are some socks I've made. This is the zigzag. You can see the edges on there. I'll pass those around. And this is a fun one. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to see this. It's a dark, but these are candy canes. And you can see the crisp edges at the candy cane. I think you can get this from Erlbacher. It's Earth Yarn Christmas. So I'm going to show you how to do the heart. So I'm going to pass these around. This is your normal 3x1 scallop cuff, and then a few rows of the plain stitching, and then I did the heart on both sides of the sock. You can see those. That was cuffed down. I don't do toe up because I'm not good at that. So you can find, you'll be able to find this at Erlbacher whenever they put it up next week, I guess. But let me show you this is the patterns. One's toe up, one's cuff down. And it depends on whether you do cuff down or toe up, which direction you're going to do your manipulation. But I need this, so I'm gonna look at that. So I'm going to on the center. I wish you can see this heart pattern anywhere. I've seen it in different places, and it's all the same. So I'm just going to go for it and see how it works. So as first start off, I have an eyelet. Okay. An eyelet at 3, 5, 9, and 11. I'm going to take, normally you would take this 3 and transfer it to the 2. We're not going to do that. We're going to take 2 and park it on number 1. Then I'm going to take 3 and transfer it to 2, unpark 1, and put it back to 2. That's one way. That's Michelle's way. The Paul's way is different. And I'm going to show you that in a minute. But there is a sheet. This is the, where is it? This is the sheet you will want to keep whenever you get, yes, whenever you print this down. It's Michelle's way and Paul's way. So I showed this at a Franken in Florida, and I'm showing how to do it my way. And Paul's like, I have an alternate way to do that. And I said, great, let's see it. So there are pros and cons about both. I like both of them. I use them interchangeably. There's cons on both of them as well. And I'll show you some of that too. I would pass this around, but I think my patterns, patterns on. I'll pass this around afterwards. So normally you would, where am I? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so normally I would transfer 3 to 2, but I'm going to go, see how can you do this. Sorry. I'm going to put 2 to 1. I parked it. Then I'm going to move 3. The reason you do this is take 3 and you're going to turn it to the 2. That gives you your left leaning stitch. Then you're going to unpark, grab it like that, unpark, and bring it back over. If you do not bring that back over, you'll not get that pop of direction of that stitch. So I'll show you Paul's way on the next one. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So on 6, 5 is the eyelet. But I want to move 6 over so that I can get that stitch to go to the right. So Paul's way is take the heel spring. This is number 5, I think. Take your heel springs. Take your heel spring and put it out. You're going to take number 6 out. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Take it out. Place it in your cylinder. Okay. Take your number 5 and place it in the 6th spot. And you're going to take the one that was in the cylinder and place it on number 6. Bring it out. Make sure your latch is open because you will not be happy afterwards. And put it in 5. Okay, so I'll do that one again for number 9. Let's see, what was that? 6, 7, 8, 9. I might be totally off on this heart, but we'll work it out. I forgot to mark my cylinder. Okay, so we want 9 to be the eyelet, and our direction of our stitch is going to be from right to left. So I'm going to take, I think this is 8 out, bring 9 out, put 8, number 8 goes in the cylinder, number 9 is moved to 8th spot, bring it back up, slide that on, and put your needle back in 9. 9, 10, 11. This is 11. So 11 needs the eyelet. You're going to take, this is still Paul's way. Paul's parked in the cylinder. 11 goes to 12. See how fiddly that is? And you put that back in. And you want it open. And you crank around. And then you're going to close the round. And you can kind of see it in there. You can't see it yet, but their directions are correct. See the holes? Looks just like you normally do. You can't tell until you take the sock off. So I'm going to show you again once again on how to do my way. I'll tell you the pros and cons. My way is good if you have something like stationary. Well, actually, his is good anyway, but if you transfer his needles around, if you have a number one spot that you need marked, that number one needle that you've painted is going to travel around the cylinder. So if you have a pattern that's continuous around, his way is a little more difficult because you're moving the needles. My way, if I painted them, which I should have done on this and I didn't, it's stationary, so I could move his, I could use his way, Paul's way on that. But I'm kind of used to picking up my, using my pickup hook and changing the needles around. Problem with that is you might drop a stitch, just pop it off. I've done that. Also, you could split a stitch, could help too, but so you have to try both and then decide what you want to do. I found myself doing both of them in one pattern, off and on. So anyway, I'll show you mine again. I'm actually not going to follow the heart because I haven't marked per cylinder very well. So if I want an eyelet in number 2 spot, I'm going to take the number 1 spot and move it to the one to the left or to the right, one to the left. And that leaves that open. Number 2, I'm going to take it and put it on number 1. That gives you that lean. And then don't forget to unpark the first needle and back on. If you want it to lean in the opposite direction, you're going to take the needle, you want this to be your eyelet, this to be your eyelet. Take the next one, park it to the right, transfer the eyelet needle to the right. That gives you your lean, and unpark. See if I can get it. And this is where I will drop a stitch if I'm going to do that. And it's not fun trying to fix that stitch. And you just, that's basically it. Now you have other stitch. Excuse me. Oh, pass this around. Pass that. That will help. You have other stitches like center decrease, double decrease. That's where you take one needle from each side and move it to the front. That gets you that nice edge up the center. Well, there's also one, it's called knit 2 together or knit 3 together when you're hand knitting. Those options are skip to, I can't even read my own writing. Slip, knit. Okay, that's it. They're all written on that sheet that's going around. And so if you want it to lean to the left, it is slip, slip, knit. If it leans to the right, it's knit 2 together. So that's where you need to look. And the knit 3 together is a little more difficult because you're going to take you have 3 stitches and you want your eyelets on both sides, let's just say. Okay, so you're going to take and you're going to take number 1. I hope I'm getting this right. Over to the before the left, and then you're going to take No, I'm getting this backwards. Okay. Remove stitch number 2 and park it on needle number 3. I should listen to my own instructions. So this is 1, 2, and 3. Take stitch number 2 and park it on needle number 3. Remove stitch number 1 right here and place it on stitch number 2. Then you're going to unpark stitch number 3. Unpark stitch number 3 and place it on needle number 2. And then you're going to take needle number 3 and place it on needle number 2. So you will end up for that front loop being in the direction you want to be, and the 2 other ones behind it, and you have your eyelets on both sides, 1 and 3. Okay? That's about it. Oh, I'll just tell you some more things. So you just close it, and you have your slip knit to whatever that is. So I wanted to also show you that if you're looking at a pattern and the eyelets are, if I'm trying to describe it. If you're wanting your leans, if the leans are all in a column like that, it doesn't work. It's best if your leans are, here's a good example. This one. This is Jenny Dieter's pattern. And she has had, I guess I shouldn't be doing this, right? Shouldn't be showing this, should I? Sorry. I shouldn't be showing that. So, I'm trying to, you have to practice your pattern. Say you find a pattern, practice your pattern first before trying to make a sock. Because sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And I found that I've got some patterns that the eyelets are all in a column, and then you transfer the stitches to where they're at an angle. That works. If your transfer stitches are all in a column and the eyelets are at an angle, that does not work well. So I wanted to show you this. And this is where all the eyelets are in a column. And all of my transfer stitches are at an angle. And you can see here where there's a path that goes down. That is your knit 2 together or slip, slip, knit. Thank you. And it goes down like that. So I will have this up on Erlbacher website with some other charts to get you started. And hopefully it works. I know I've told some people about these things and it's like, oh, and it's like, well, okay. It's what I wanted and it may not be what you want. And it is a little tedious, but I hope you like it and I hope you'll try it and let me know what you think. One of the things I wanted to tell you was you cannot transfer over a previous eyelet. Like Jenny Dieters has let's say this is her eyelets, right? And she has her eyelets going in like this. And you have to remember you can't do that because then you have another eyelet as you're going, see, eyelet here, and it's going this way. If you transfer over an eyelet like this, let's say there's a previous eyelet and you transfer your stitch over the eyelet, it doesn't work. So you have to make sure that you transfer this way so it's not over an eyelet. And yes, I show right here. Show this. Now this has got a mistake. Just pretend there's an extra, this right down here. I'll have to fix this because this should be 6 rows. So you've got row 1 and then you got to transfer an eyelet and then you close the hole, right? And I didn't put that in there. But see how on the left, your transfers are not going over a previous eyelet. And the other one, it does not work. It actually brings the stitch horizontal and you just don't see it. So. Any questions?
The chart is the top, bottom, left, right.
Oh, it is bottom to top and left to right, because that's the way. Yeah, hand knitting is right to left. But we crank right to left, right? Right, left. And I do it cuff down, so I think of it as going down. So as I'm doing number 1, it's going down my my cylinder, so I increase up. Does that make sense? All right, any questions?
Never done cables.
I have, and I need help with it because I cannot, they're tight. They're almost too tight. So I was hoping somebody here would do some cabling, but
I've done cables.
do you loosen the tension a lot?
It
I mean-
would take a while. Usually don't do more than 3 stitches per,
Okay, so,
more than 3 stitch per, or 3 needle cable.
okay, so I was trying to do, I can do 1 by 1. You want me to show you how to do that? Okay, 1 by 1 is,
Where is it? Mike?
so this is off top.
Your left.
So one by one is easy. And actually, on the pattern, Argyle Wareham by Paul G. does this 1 by 1. And it's you just take 1 needle out that you want to take out. Now this one is going, whatever's in the front is what's going to show in the front of the sock. So you move it over. Do you see that?
Yep.
And you take the other one and put it behind it. That's all you do. Put one out. The one in the, goes in the cylinder will be behind it if you're moving your hook, your needle to the right side. And then if you want it forward, you want it, let's see, that's going that way. You want it to go this way, you move, no, that's going, now I'm getting backwards. So if you want it that way, whatever needle you put in the back is the one that's going to be in the back. Like this needle is going to the left, these are going to the right. That's all I've been able to do. I can't do I want to do 2 by 2 so bad. I haven't been able to do it. I got a cute little pattern to do it and I can't do it. And then you just carefully go around and you always make your transfers with at the where your spring extender is. And that's what you do when you're like that. And that's what Paul does with this transfer as well. Just take one out, park it in the cylinder, bring the one over, and you place the needle on top. This is Paul G's version. And then the open needle to the left will make your eyelet. So shout out to Paul G because I would not have figured this out. He just looks at it and says, oh, I have an alternate way. He's a new cranker. I mean, he's like brand new and he's already going up there. I'm jealous. He's a great guy. All right, any questions? Are y'all confused? I am.
Throw the two by two Kale challenge at.
Oh, yeah, I could do that.
We're gonna show what's inside. Slide.
This, if you didn't get instructions, we're gonna try to get some more copies. So, I kinda, don't talk a lot except for just to. How to do this. But I'll tell you how I got this idea. I taught school and they gave us teacher gifts every year. And one year they gave us this gold star, you know, the school colors and everybody's like, I'm tired of it. Too. Well, I was in the hall one day and I had the scarf on and I stuck my hands in it and I didn't realize it had pockets in it. And I just shouted out loud, that's Jim Day, because that's something my grandma would say. So everybody had thrown their scarf away by then. Yeah, and so it's mostly about the finishing. So I'm gonna show you how I make it. And you can make this. This was made on a Bumblebee. This was made on a Speedster with a 72. So it's barely different. You get it? So you can do either way. Let me see. There we go. So I have got this. If you look at your instructions, that's step one. Cast on and knit several rows of waist yarn. I'm gonna move around. Sorry.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'll sit. I'm used to 14-year-olds, you know, you gotta just, you get it. Okay. So there's that part. Okay, cast on with the waist yarn. Then it says add project yarn in the 12 o'clock position. You might want to circle that because you will not be happy if you don't do that. And if you're not used to putting it in the 12 o'clock position, it's gonna be awkward like it was for me. Okay, and then you're gonna do 3 rows and stop at 6. Then you're gonna do a basic picot. We all know that. I'll show you just a little bit, but if you don't know that, it's real easy. You know, you just flip over to a needle and go around. Get it?
How many rows before?
Yeah, I got. Then on step 4, that's for the picot. Okay, so you do that. Now, if you're not gonna do that, it's okay. You can skip it. After the whole picot thing, you're gonna knit 35 rows. And that is right here. All right. You with me? Okay. Okay, then we're gonna do the flat fabric. And I've got the first part done. And right now it doesn't look right. It's okay. Like I said, it's all in the finishing. But there's the flat fabric at 12 o'clock. Make sure it's at 12 o'clock. And if you figured out already why, it's because you started here at 12. So when you go to kitchen or that, if you started in the wrong spot, it's gonna, you know, it's gonna be unique. Right? It's not gonna lay right. Then you just go to town and hit 425 rows. It takes about, I have it in here, it takes about 200 grams. Now, what I would do if you're using 2 skeins, I would get, when I got to the end of my first skein and I was wherever I was at 425, I'd call it good. And then, you know, otherwise, you know, you're gonna get to the end and it's gonna be sad. Just, oops. Okay. So then we are back up to the, let's see, step 6. Let me just read to you. Set row count 0, making the split the 12 o'clock position, knit flat fabric with a slip stitch edge over 60 rows. Do you familiar with the slip stitch edge?
No.
Okay, I'll just show you that. It's just a nifty little thing to do. Makes the edge nicer. Okay, the row counter will be clicking twice per row. So you're doing 60 rows, but you're actually going to get really pay attention at 119. Okay, so then we are right now. Then you're just going to go backwards. On step 7, you're going to set row counter and knit 425, and then the next part you're just going to go 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right. Is everybody okay? You got it? Okay. So at 6, what's it say to do? 0, 12 o'clock position, knit flat fabric. So that is where I'm at right now. And I have got flat fabric going, and I'm on row 96. Get it? So I'm going to go from here to the end. Otherwise, we would be sitting here for this. And that would be, you know, fun, but I just like to get get it done. All right, so here's how I do it. Oh, put the weight on. Anybody have any stories to tell or anything? Because this part here will take just, just a little bit of time, not too much, but
It would be a short story.
okay. Now, if I drop a stitch, I'll probably just keep going, because we're not gonna worry about that. Oopsie. And again, you can do this on the Speedster with 72. Oh, loosest tension. The loosest tension really you can get. I put that in there, I think. Okay. You'll see why later. Otherwise, it's gonna look like you made a scarf out of a sock, but if you can get a loose tension and get some width to it, it's gonna look a little better. All right, so there we go. Here's how I do this. I have to say this little mantra to myself. I say, oh gosh, hang on, sorry. We all good? Okay, I always check. I don't use the lifters. I just use my fingers so I can feel. You know what I'm talking about? I tried it and that's just extra step, and I was kind of poking myself a little bit. Wasn't good. Okay, I say to myself, crank. Then I say lift. I'm going to lift that first one, the last one I just cranked. You got it? Then I'm going to say 6. I don't use a heel spring because it changes the gauge. And again, I need really loose tension. Make sense? I say 6, which means I'm going back to 6 o'clock. Then I say lower raise, lower raise. And then I just repeat it. And I'm going to do that for about 10 more rows. Always feel that. There's one. That would have been sad. Okay, so what do I say first? Crank. Lift. 6. Lower. I haven't done a lot of flat fabric until this because I just didn't need it. So I kind of had to learn this. Okay, so again, I'm going to check. And I'm at 100, so I'm going to have heads up. Crank. Lift. That's the slip stitch. That lift. 6. Lower. And raise. And if phone rings or something and you can't remember what side you're on, it's really easy if you just look which way your yarn carriers, I was like, wait, where was I? And it took me forever. I was like, oh, duh, I can't even go the other way. Okay, crank. This yarn here is Jagger spun.
Can't get it no more.
Can't get it anymore, but man, it is beautiful it is so silky for this. 6. And I've had people argue me, they say it's supposed to be Jagger spun. Well, because it's from England. Well, if you call the number, they will answer the phone Jagger spun. Just saying. I didn't tell them they're saying it wrong. I didn't tell Mick Jagger he was saying his name wrong. It just see why I did this all before? Because it takes a little bit. And I go really slow with this. I just don't get in a hurry. This is when I do my thinking.
So that one needle is raised all the time.
Well, not now. See, I go crank, then I lift, then I go to 6. But it stays up when I lower raise. A lower raise. Get it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we're getting there at 108. Crank. Lift. 6. Lower. Raise. Okay, we're almost there. I just, better safe than sorry. I just always feel that. And I go slow. Okay, right. I'm at 113. Lift. You see, you get the part about the heel spring. Because if you did this, it'd be, it'd be kind of an hourglass right there. Oopsie. Hang on. I did. Anybody want to tell a story while I fix this?
That's upon a time, it was great.
Oh, hallelujah. Oh, and I dropped it, didn't I? Oopsie. It's okay. What did I say I was gonna do? I'm gonna keep going. So I'm gonna pretend that didn't happen. This. That nightmare. Oopsie. That is bad. Okay, we're gonna skip up. Yeah, that is a frog, even though it's 500 some rows. I think. Any suggestions? Wait,
No,
okay, I'm gonna plow through it
they could.
and then go to the Pico. Yeah. Oh, no, okay. That's not where. That is a nightmare. Okay.
Yeah.
What?
We got the trip. We know you're making the pie.
Okay, so you get it. So, and do you understand about the Pico?
Yeah, and then you're gonna do the opposite on the other.
Okay, so now can I get to the finishing part?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, because I don't know what.
You're not gonna fix that.
No, that's the training right there.
I just have a question.
Sure.
About how many people are you lifting? Is that a 72? And as you're going back and forth, yeah. Is there a number or you just, I know it's enough, but.
When I'm at 6, I kind of lift all that I can, but you can't lift anymore.
Okay.
Because it
When
will
you're
just stop.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
just like a target to look for, to shoot
Probably
for.
six, maybe at least a crescent or a crescent.
Yeah, some people do a crescent. How did that happen? I don't know. Okay, it's over. We're done. Okay,
One of the needles wasn't lifted up all the way,
okay,
so it
Yeah.
caught with you.
Yeah.
okay.
I didn't have to sit in the- so,
All right. So
I did the same.
what happens is,
Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna crank this off because I need this other hand to show you.
Yeah. I probably need peace and quiet. Another people.
So what you're gonna do is pull this out and turn it inside out. I know there's different ways to do this. I just like to pull it and get mad at it. It's just fun. It's okay because the Pico is kind of slowly. Also be very careful to leave a long tail at both ends. You know how it is in the kitchen or when you have no tail and you gotta figure out Russian joint on, just not fun. If it can be avoided.
More is better than less.
Yeah. And if you want to do this, I have blockers and stuff you can use. The blocking is, you're gonna see it's on poster board. It works.
Wait, what is the block? Oh,
Getting ready to do it. And it's, all right. So got this inside out. I am going to stick these poster board up in there. So that's what I use. These are 6 inches wide. The ones for the wire spark should be 7. And just found out the hard way, makes really good sense if you just round the edges when you go poking it in there. You know, it's gonna jam up. All right, so I stick that in there. Can I show you this one?
no.
This is the one we were making with the fringe. That's why we were doing the Pico. So if you want to just skip that, then you're gonna get the plain end one, like this. Where's the blue? Oh, for the blue. Got it? All right, so I'm just gonna kind of good old steam iron. I'm gonna soften that up just a little bit. And this all, it should be all in the directions. And I'm not pressing it flat yet. I'm just softening it up. And you see that little, the way I did the edge, it just makes a really nice place to grab. Looks like a little braid there. Is that showing up there? Sort of. And I'm just going to catch about every other one. Is everybody good? Are you mad because I messed it up?
Oh.
I
That's a real life problem.
know, right?
Kind of closing up the thing that was in packet.
Yep. I am closing up because if you're a hand knitter or if you're a cranker and you know at the edge of this kind of stitch, it's going to roll. And people will tell you that you can steam it. No, you can melt it and it's still going to roll, I think. So we're just going to boss it around. And this is just holding it in place for what the next part's going to be. Well, that was actually that good because it's cut some time off. So I don't keep you here too long. How many of you guys didn't know that slip stitch? Just curious. The edge.
Done it once, but
Yeah.
he did.
Like I said, I don't knit flat fabric a whole lot.
I did it flip out before, but I didn't know I was.
Slip stitching?
And Vicky is the one who told me about that. Is she here? Vicky, yes. Vicky told me about that. Because she said, "Are you going to do the slip stitch yet?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then I went and looked.
Thinking was all.
Yep. Okay, almost there. I think in instructions I say get about every other one, and that's good. Does not have to be any kind of beautiful, just holding it together. Okay. So I don't know if you're like me, but this isn't the only place you could walk into and people yell, "Hey, Norm," if you know what that means. So I quilting and, do different things. So interfacing. Got a little piece here, and obviously I cut it too little.
It's feasible interfacing.
Usable. Where's another piece at?
There's another
Oh.
piece under here.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna just. Now, if I were stretching this on a 7-inch thing, gap would go down and this interfacing would be right. Okay? But for right now, I'm just showing you what we're doing. So I'm gonna go here. And I'm gonna go. And if you want to do this, I brought plenty of interfacing. You're welcome to it. And you can use my little poster boards too. Anybody, maybe? Let's see. Okay. Make sure you get the nubbly side down. And then steam. Whew, that's the answer. Okay. Now it's a little quick, but that's what I was talking about. You got it? Then you're gonna let that dry. I'm not real happy with how that's a little too far from the little basting, but it's done.
Is your poster board reusable after?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Okay, let's pretend that's over. You got it? You turn it inside out again. Am I going too fast? Okay. You're gonna turn it inside out again, and then you're gonna put it back on the poster board. And this is what, all I did here was, we all have all those cones sitting there. I just went from one cone and when it ran out, I went to the next one. And this is what it looks like when it's
Franken scarf.
it's really this long. Now, when I put that in, when I put the poster board in, see right here? Does that make sense? That's the edge of the pocket. Also, this is a big spiral. So you have to mess with it. Like, so lick your fingers and mess with it to get it. Because when you first slide it in, this pocket's not going to be anywhere near that edge like that. You just have to make it work. You get it? And so I slide one poster board in, then I slide another one and just overlap them and they just stay there. This is my, obviously my waist yarn. And this one doesn't have the picot. So this is kind of my favorite one. So all I'm gonna do is take it out and it's just gonna be like perfect on the edge. It just couldn't be any flatter because you got the thin poster board in there. Now these, if you're gonna do it on a bumblebee, you can use these. I've used them. I made all these with this. And it's really stretched, but since it's double, you can't really tell. There it is. The last thing you're gonna do is just clip this out, and then your pockets are gonna be in there.
Then for this one, you're just on Kitchener, you're at 2 edges, or 5 edges.
There's Kitchener those, and it's kind of fun, Kitchener something that long. But again, you see, like, if you didn't do the 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock thing, your seam would be gone. And then just, so yeah, I meant to do that.
This is 4-5.
You hold that up again?
This is 4-5 for the loosest attach yarn.
That one,
6-5?
it's whatever I call it Jamie yarn. What?
It's active.
Yeah. But, yeah, and you kind of look at it, I remember making each one of those socks and, we've all been there. Okay, any questions so far? Okay, now it's kind of long, but I like a really, really long scarf. This one, I really, really like it, but it's just a tiny bit short. And
So the long one is the 435 rows?
yeah, and well, for some reason I thought this one was too, but we're looking at it and it's not that long. So I kind of like the no fringe better, but the fringe is harder, so I didn't want to cheap, you know. Any questions? Did I leave anything out? Okay. You want me to, I'll go ahead and click, well. You can see the interfacing in there. Now, if you were gonna give this to, you know, kids and they were gonna play with it or play tug of war with it, whatever, I would probably maybe base that down a little bit with some thread. I don't know. I haven't had them fall out yet. Okay.
Question, one
Sure.
question. Do you know how many grams of yarn you kind of need?
200.
200, okay. That's great.
And
Okay.
that's just me. I was like, oh crap, we're gonna have that. So I put it on a scale and the biggest one weighed 200. And then the other ones didn't weigh quite so much. Yeah. No, did you like it? Okay.
Yeah, I see.
Okay, let me just double check before I let you go, see if I missed something.
Sam,
What? Oh,
How many, you have a 400 of the top row here. Is it a total of 400 rows or a total of 800 rows?
total 400. Once you get to the pocket done, 400, and then you go to. Then you go to exit.
So is that 400 on each side?
No.
Instead of
Center floating. So. Here, let's look at the, where's the blue one at? Oh. Thanks. Okay,
No, I can see the picture.
so you got.
Yeah.
You got 3,500 and whatever I said.
19.
Yeah, which is, but the thing, yeah. And then 425. 109, 120, 19, and 35. And like I said, if you're using 2 skeins of yarn and you get, you know, I just think 30 too long, too short.
Because the row counter is clicking twice per row. That's why it's technically counting 2 times every time you go around. So it's in 425 on one side, 425 on the other. Technically, it's really 425.
Anybody gonna make it maybe?
Okay.
Good. Because I'm telling you, every, like, it's the scarf you're gonna grab. I think I put that somewhere. Isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
I can't take my hands out of there. You can put something in there, but you know, I mean, you don't wanna, but you can see this is really, really big. Because and when you're stretching it on that thing, you can see post board through it, but once it's going.
I have to make a compromise on stitch one now. Have you ever tried making it with the accurate 6-ply?
I don't know, I'm mad at 6-ply. I've had bad days with 6-ply right now, but maybe tomorrow. Would that be it? Okay, I can.
That's great.
Go.
That's great.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so this is what I call Franken socks. People also call them scrappy socks. They're my favorite to make and wear. So I brought some samples today, using Lisa Jorgensen's like 42 compound cylinder. I make like my grandsons, their little socks, which they love. And then I've got some just tall standard hung hem socks. I find like the more opposite the socks are, the more I like them. Solid yarns with patterning yarns, opposite colors. I try not to have certain, like blues touching a blue. And then there's some, the heel tab shorties. You might notice that like I'll run the cuffs with one yarn. And then I'll do a few rows before I start the heel. The heel will also just be one yarn. And then I start changing the yarn on the leg and the foot. Like I don't want to be dealing with a possible join when I'm doing like a cuff, the heel or toe. And generally I run 10 to 15 rows of each color. If I'm almost out of a yarn or the pattern is looking really good, I'll just keep cranking. I just kind of roll with it, I guess. So, and I already got a sock snake going here. I was, some different ones.
These look so good.
Thank you. So, let's start. I use a lot of, like Opal, Active and Regia. So a lot of, that's what I have the same, yarns. I might, like when I set my scraps out, I might group them by brand. They're all the 4-ply. And even like the same brand and 4-ply. Some are like thicker or thinner, so the tension might get tight or might get a little loose, and I might adjust the tension dial. I'll just run it and see what it looks like. That's tight. Oh, it's getting worse there. Looks good.
Do you hit the whole sock with your heel spring on?
Yeah, I do that with all my socks. All right. I'm gonna hang the hem. Of course, the tension was tight when I started, so these stitches are tight.
Yeah.
Are y'all already making Franken socks or scrappies?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay, all right.
Saving yarn.
Yeah, I keep a basket like under my knitting table, like after I make a pair of socks with the skein, I'll throw like the cone in a basket, or I have a lot of socks with mistakes. If whatever doesn't make me quality control standards, I'll throw that in the basket, rewind it later. And then, yeah, that's my pile I'll start grabbing from.
Do you actually pair them when you put them together or you just?
So like I'll make several pairs, say I'll do like 60 rows on the leg and the foot. They're generally the same size. I try not to use the same yarn on a, like 2 socks in a row. I'll try to do different yarns. And then I'll measure the socks once they've, rested and I've kitchenered them. And then measure them and make their mates that way. Just because of how a sock runs with the tension, it may be, it could be like a half an inch smaller than another one. So I just make them based on like the more opposite they look.
The size will be the same.
Yeah.
But they won't look the same. Right.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct. That's what I aim for. If I'm making a sock and I'm like, oh, I already used that yarn, I'll try to make sure I don't use it in the same row. Some people like to do like a solid color for their cuff, heels, and toes. You do whatever you would like for your sock.
Your blockers are beautiful. Did you make those?
What's that?
Your blockers are beautiful. Did you-
Oh, thank you. No, I got those off of Etsy.
Sock blockers. Socks.
All right. I did 5 rows and now I'll cut and I'm gonna do the faux Russian join. Oh, that's too simple.
Sorry. What else did you say you did?
I just did 5, so I'm gonna do a 60 rows on the leg and the foot.
Do you use Lycra in your socks?
I do not. Only on these little baby socks that I knit on the compound. Those are the only ones I use Lycra.
And that's just to keep it tighter, Kelly?
Yes.
That's-
It cinches those little socks in. I don't because when I started out and I was trying Lycra, I was remaking so many socks and then I was fighting the Lycra. So we just decided I wasn't going to use Lycra anymore after that. What's the question?
Do you always stop your yarns, and change yarns at the same place or?
Yes. Thank you for asking. Yep, I always join back here in the 6 o'clock range. So I'll take this sock off and show you. That way all the joins are on the back and they're not as obvious. So this is what it looks like inside my sock. These have gone through the laundry a few times. You don't feel these tails. I don't know if anyone ever has left a tail in the sock, but, and then also leaving a half an inch to an inch tail inside your sock after going through the wash, it doesn't come out on the other side. So you're not going to see it. So that's what the back of the leg looks like with, all these different joins. You don't really see it.
Should point out that join them.
So maybe here is a join.
So when you say you align all your joints on the back, they're just generally on the back, they're not like in rough in.
Correct. Yeah, I might start some over here, do some in the middle, shift some over off to the side. And then sometimes it's a matter of me remembering to stop on the back of the leg. All right, so I'm about here. I did 12 rows again.
So what gave you the idea to do this?
Somebody had posted their Franken socks and I just loved them so much. And then a lot of people who buy my socks like the idea of, the 0 waste on the yarn. So, if you haven't done the Russian join, you're just basically like looping the 2 strands together to make like 2 U's and they kind of lock. a lot of tension on the yarn. I back feed it through my slotted yarn carrier. If you don't have one of those, that's a must. And then I'm knitting about 4 needles, like doubling up that yarn on each side. So I'm holding tension here. So that's my old yarn. It's doubled up about 4 needles here again. Put my heel spring back on. And then I'll trim these tails up later.
You just trim them. Or
Yeah, so like whatever I mean, sometimes if I'm going along, I'll cut it if I remember. And that's about how long I leave them.
leave it. Leave it.
Yeah, I'll leave that. I wasn't counting that one.
I'm sorry.
It looks good though. It's fine.
Yeah.
The more, yeah, the more crazy it is. I love it.
That's true.
So again,
That's not. That's You're yes. I just did a little bit different. Same.
I did this earlier and bad things happened. You know. Oops, one little pattern. Do another row. Oh, Kim gave me some beautiful
Yeah,
yarn
that-
to throw in here. I need some of Kim's yarn. And I've never had these socks like anything like come on done. I know like some people like to do, you know, a full Russian join and then maybe they sew their yarn up. So you do whatever your preference is. I just like this because then I can just kind of pick and choose what yarn I want to throw on a sock. Like I might have something new that I want to knit.
Do you ever weigh your yarn, Kelly, and know how much is left out of home so that you don't run out?
Yeah, like for some things I have done that, especially if I was, you know, playing yarn chicken on the end of a foot. I'll put the cone on like a food scale and I'll leave it on my table. And then I know then I might be getting close to the end. But yeah, just don't play yarn chicken on that heel and toe. I don't think I've ever won that game. So yeah, that's 60, that's good. And I'm gonna do the heel. Pick something with a lot of yarn on it.
Would you mind passing one of your samples around by your well one?
Of course. You just want a sock or you want a pair?
Take them all.
All right, yeah, so these are the sock blockers. I get them off of Etsy. I love them. And it's mostly, like, I don't really block my socks, but for, I don't know, they look good. So like when I take pictures, I think they look best on blockers. And I guess we can take a pair of the little guys. Shout out to Lisa Jorgensen for her. I just love the compound cylinders.
Is there a compound cylinder for the Erlbacher?
Yeah, Lisa Jorgensen makes them. Lisa, where you at? Raise your hand. There she is. She makes them. I started out with the 36.
What's it compound? It's those ones with Chevy. You should be something.
Yeah.
So you can have half the 48 people to Here, I thought I brought. That on the first.
So I did. Yep. If you wanted to, you could knit a couple rounds of your leg with the same yarn and then start your heel so you don't have to join right at the beginning of your heel.
Yeah. Lisa. How low do you go? And what does she have?
Yep, I have the 36, 42, and the 48. So those little toddler ones I made on the 48. I mean the 42.
And you think of right, you can anything down. Not regular. The directions for the yarn was. So that only the time during. You're doing it. I'm gonna write this yourself. I'm gonna say a lot. You can give it some life for the next really easy to do. Oh, wow. Yes. All right.
Yep, and if you wanted to, you can crank one more row around with that yarn.
Sorry, you're on.
Okay. If you wanted to, you could crank one more row around with that yarn.
To complete the row first.
Yeah. If you
Either
want.
way works.
Yeah. Yep. I have. Sometimes I'll forget and I'll crank a couple rows and then I'll be like, "Oh, I should change the yarn." But these are kind of, the crazier the better, and you can't really do anything wrong with these socks. So they're my favorite. thing to really mess up is if you close a latch when them bad things happen.
And when you're switching from one yarn to the next, you don't even worry about what thickness gauge, like it's just whatever happens, happens. Because it's like the gauges isn't gonna be that drastically different.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. I've knit with like, my cones of active and I'll change the colors and like all of a sudden it's knitting way looser, just a color. So I might just knit a couple rows, looks loose. I'll just, one or click to tighten it up. Yeah. But yeah, usually it's all the same.
And just add that.
Yeah. I think that's what it was too.
Yeah. It's a lot of colors.
Yeah, so when I was making those toddler socks, there was a lot of changing. Cause they're so small. I was only knitting like 5 rounds per yarn.
Color changes.
Actually, I will. Yeah. I mean, because I always read them. See, once you've done it.
So that's 55. I'm just gonna do 5 rows to finish the toe. I'm gonna do 5 rows with this yarn and then start my toe, and then that's one less join. Because it's a good patterning yarn, it's gonna look different versus like if it was a solid color, might not change up too much.
So how many rolls do you do at a time?
Anywhere from 10 to 15 is what I typically do per yarn. If I get really close to the end, with the cone, I might just keep running it until that was all gone. Or if it's looking good, then I'm like, I'll just leave it. So that's 60. So I'm gonna start my heel now. Most of my socks are like, 60 leg, 60 foot. But like this sort of thing works on any size cylinder, whatever length you typically make your leg and foot.
Yeah.
I wanna know how you did that and not drop some stitches.
Girl, I'm not done yet. Give me a minute. Yeah. I'm coming for you back there. No, it happened earlier. I'm like,
Okay.
not in here, thankfully, not again. I have dropped stitches with the Franken socks, and tried to pick it up. I usually will just start over. I'll take apart each little thing and just knit them back on. I find it faster if I make a mistake on any of my socks. It's just faster for me to start over than try to fix something. And it's usually not gonna look as good. Especially when things happen, you know, like in the heel and toe.
What kind of toe are you? Wrapping?
I wrap the needles, yep. I always work on the same side as my yarn carrier. And then last row, I lower both needles. And I end on this side. That's another personal preference. Oh, and I didn't bring waste yarn, so I guess we're leaving it. But I can take one of these off. And we can look at it.
Do you want me to go grab some?
No, that's okay. Of course. So yeah, I just try not to repeat any of the yarns. I'll like set them aside after I've used a yarn. And then making the next sock, if I'm gonna repeat a yarn color, I just try not to have it in the same spot. Like here, this yarn was used on the heel, here was the toe. When I do craft fairs, I'll have all my socks measured and I'll throw them in a basket by size and then let people choose their matches. That's usually pretty fun. Sometimes they just buy all of them because they can't decide. And that's even more fun for me. I love it when they do that.
Sold.
I'm like, yes. Right? Like, yeah.
So do you make non-Frankenstein socks?
Yeah,
And that's how you get all your scraps?
exactly. Yep. So yeah, these are lots of leftovers and then lots of socks that I made mistakes on. I wasn't happy with, you know, you just chuck it and get on to the next sock. Do that a lot. But yeah, I just love that this one's like so, you know, kind of different and crazy. And then people love wearing them with their Birkenstocks. You know, you gotta show your socks off. You guys know. Yeah, so any other questions? Did I miss anything?
You disengaged your knitting from the waste yarn very speedily. Could you explain how you did that?
Oh, I don't have any more left to show you. But yes, whenever I start a needle, I overlap the waist yarn and my sock yarn on needle number 1. And then when I'm pulling my socks apart, I look for that tail and then I pull that tail out, cinch it as tight as possible till it breaks. And then the sock kind of peels apart. I'm sitting in the back of the room by the Erlbacher table. I have other sock snakes I could show you too. But yeah, that way you're not cutting yarn, you just pull it apart. Yeah.
Yeah.